morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome in. It's freezing. Oh my God. Hello. Happy Friday, Thursday night for some of you. It's the end of the week. We are going to have some fun. So we're going to start with making some food because we need food to sustain ourselves. We're going to be making some chicken and chorizo risotto from the website. And then we're going to do some splash photography or high motion photography. It's going to be freaking wild. It's going to be messy. It's going to be wet. It's going to be chaotic, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So we are here with the team from Skillshare. We're our third out of 4. We've got another one next month. We're doing sponsored streams from Skillshare to show you how great the platform is, doing different things. I'm really passionate about learning from different tools, different people to level up my knowledge in like productivity, organization, which I need, but also as a person that never took up or like had picked up a professional camera before 3 years ago, I think, yeah, three and a half years ago, to come where I've been, like to come where I am now, to get to where I am now, that's the word. It's taken a lot of like self-education and like a skill, a platform like Skillshare. So it's going to be a lot like a normal stream. We're just going to have some fun, and we're going to integrate my camera into it. We were going to do this in my photography area, however, it is going to get messy and it's going to get probably splash is going to get wet, and we have carpet in my photography area, so it's better lighting, brighter lights here in the kitchen. So Exceed has done us an amazing job in setting us up some settings and some overlays so that we can watch the video. And then also this one here, let me go back here. Nope, I'm pressing the wrong button, that's mine. Here, my camera, which at the moment is, it is landscape mode, but then when we do our photography session, it'll be on lens, it'll be portrait. So integrate my camera into it. Are we cooking the camera today? Yeah. Medium rare. I don't know, Canon's not really good if you overcook it. It gets a bit bitter. I don't like getting messy, but I don't mind watching someone else get messy. All right, that's what I'm here for. I'm always saying that I'm here to try things out for you guys, so you don't have to give you reviews.
Hey,
and I am more than welcome.
Title, it made me think of
I'm more than happy. More than happy to get messy. I love getting messy. I love getting dirty and grubby. Hey, BCK! I seen this room title. It made me think of kongiri, a Cuban one-pot dish made with sausage. Ooh, that's what it was. This recipe that we're making today, the chicken and chorizo risotto, was based off me seeing like a chicken. It's basically like a jambalaya, but like more Italian, less southern. I would say like the flavors were inspired. We went to a food event a few months ago, and there was like this chicken and chorizo or chicken and sausage jambalaya, and I love jambalaya, but I know some of the spices aren't for everybody, and they're a little bit hard to get, the spice mixes and stuff. So I was like, I'll do a version, and then it kind of turned out more Italian. I like it. You can add in all different spices, which we'll talk about. So we've got like smoked paprika, chili flakes, but then we're going to add some white wine, chicken stock, cheddar cheese. So you could make it more jambalaya if you wanted to. Before we go to today's stream, let's go back to last time on. Thank you, BCK, for the 17 months. You get to choose an ingredient. This is what we did on the last stream. The recipe went live on Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday was a hard day for me. I was not very well, but I got the recipe up. It was a bit of a challenge getting it all shot and videoed and edited, but it was there. Chicken avocado melt with jalapeno ranch drizzled in there and also dipped. It's really good. We had it that night, Tuesday night, and it's like a leveled up toasty. Thank you, BCK. Yeah, it's like an up-leveled toasty with like chicken, slightly spicy, smoky chicken with red onion, cheese, obviously 2 layers of cheese, avocado, which you can omit if you don't like avocado. And that ranch is so good. And I think I nailed it. I think I did a really good job without using a ranch powder mix. I think it tastes really, really great. I think you guys would love it. And we also did Big Mac tacos, which Exceed and I ate on Tuesday as well. I got home from the gym and I was exhausted and really ravishing. I was so hungry. And I was like, fuck it, I know that I have beef and we'll just make some Big Mac tacos again, and they were delicious. 9 subs, resubs, gifted subs, 18 new people on the form of follows. Roselli gifted to Stream Elements, Hurricane Main gifted to Jimbon, Dr. MF Pepper gifted to Destini, Hell's Bells resub, Butterfingers gifted to Zeusalicious, Anonymous tipped Chris sub for 5 months, Hurricane Main gifted to Dr. MF Pepper, they gifted to Hurricane Main, and Potsler gifted to Narnia Kid. And that's it. Thank you, everybody. All right. BCK, before I forget, thank you for your resub. We'll get you into the draw. Snowden. Here we go. Alrighty, so rosemary. How you been, BCK? What's been happening? How's work? How's things? How's life? All right, rosemary into the dish. Let's go. Fabulous. All right, we're going to do a deep dive into Discord, show you what the community has been cooking and eating this week since Monday. And then we're going to get into our chicken chorizo risotto. And then we're going to get into our photography session, which you guys are going to have to help me decide what we're going to splash and what we're going to kind of throw in the air. And I have seen people have these like perspex, basically like a tray, a perspex tray that's clear, and then they do different like shots and stuff, and it kind of catches the mess. I think that would be really cool. I don't even know where to get them from. I should have a look. I forgot to post pics again. Never, Merrick. We just need to brainwash you a little bit harder. You need to remember, you like before you take a picture, like, or like as you're cooking, like, need to take a photo for Molly. Don Paleo, welcome in. Chicken risotto, what? So it's chicken chorizo risotto. It's like a Spanish, Italian coming together. It's pretty good, pretty delish. All right, because, yeah, don't worry. I will explain it as we go. This is the time where I find my mouse, which is over here. Scrumptious, definitely. All right, we received a lovely comment, my first comment on Pinterest. Sophie commented on the spinach and cheese triangles and said, loved it. I didn't have any ricotta on hand, so used grated cheese instead, and they are incredible. Appreciate that. If you guys don't know, we're on Pinterest, so make sure you check it out. Leave comments on Pinterest too. That would be amazing. I would really appreciate you guys saving the pins to your boards. It really helps our analytics and our growth of our Pinterest and our website. Please. All right. Paradise. All right. So that is the recipe, spinach and cheese triangles, because they've got ricotta and they've got cheddar and parmesan. They're really good. Shadi went out to the Village Cafe, chili scramble with Chinese sausage and naan. Ooh. What is the name for Chinese sausage again? It's like that dried sausage. I know Sam likes to eat it. That was good. Is that a bun in the back? Naan bread. Ooh. Looks good. Lapchong, that's it. Is that how you pronounce it, Crapalicious? Lapchong. Welcome back. BCK, I did ask you a question. I did half read it, but not out loud, of how your week has been. Please repost it if you don't mind. Very, very sorry. In Cantonese, okay. That does sound familiar. That lapchong sounds familiar. Monday night dinner, corned beef, potato, sweet potato mash, cauliflower bake, and steamed beans. I got a phone call from my stepdad yesterday because my mum is in Colombia with my brother and nephew at the moment. My stepdad Paul is batching it, and he was having friends over and he was making corned beef, and he asked me if he could make bechamel, like a white sauce with self-raising flour. I'd never, but I suppose you could. So he was very excited about making the dinner for his friends. Look at that. Very nice. So this is sweet potato and potato mash. Nice. Cauliflower bake, steamed beans. That looks divine. I like the amount of mustard seeds you can see in here. Yum. Thank you for sharing, Shad. Captain Rail, Dole Caesar salad kit. Okay, I'm going to need an explanation of what this is. Dole, from my understanding, I think of pineapple, but I don't understand pineapple and Caesar salad. Dole Caesar salad kit with taco meat, mini pepperonis, and medium mild cheddar mixed in. Okay, mini pepperonis, Oh, it did say pepperonis. I was thinking like little mini peppers. Is it actual mini pepperoni, like baby pepperoni slices? Or we're talking about like the pepperoncino, the little tiny bell pepper things? I have so many questions about this, Captain Rail. I like Tex-Mex though. Looks good. Thank you for sharing. Kate, homemade bacon deluxe burgers with chips. What is in a bacon deluxe burger? So bacon, obviously beef patty, bacon, cheese. And then did the deluxe element mean that it's got lettuce, tomato, onion? I think it's at Burger King, Hungry Jack's menu. I sound like a noob. Bacon deluxe burger. It's from Hungry Jack's, isn't it? That's my understanding. Okay, so it looks really good. Caramelized onions in there, bacon, lettuce, tomato. Oh, patty. That looks great, Kate. And those chippies, fire. Oh, yum. Another one, okay, thank you for sharing. Margot Steak Sanger, sometimes the simple dinners aren't the best. Simple. This looks amazing. How do you go with that lettuce? I know that it's fancy lettuce, but I just can't, I feel like it has a weird flavour to it. And the fluffiness kind of gets my throat. It does look really good though. Is that Kewpie in there? Cheese? Not my favourite lettuce, got it in a produce box. Yeah, okay. You gotta use it, don't you? And it can be good. Like, I've had some really fancy, like, fancy, next to a Parmigiana, like a pub, the Australians would know this, like a pub meal that sometimes they do this like really amazing dressing with the steak, or like your Parmigiana or whatever. And that's, lettuce goes really well. Of course it's Kewpie, good girl, good girl. This was our dinner. These were my professional photos, but I'll pretend that this is how my food looks like when I eat it. This here is the new recipe for this week, which is the Chipotle chicken avocado melt with the jalapeno ranch. Oh, it's very yummy. Very yummy. Look at that. You gotta make it. You gotta. Very easy, simple ingredients. And then Big Mac tacos as well. Look at that. When did I post these? So that was it. Oh, that was the next day. Okay, that was the next day. So this is I don't even know what day is which now. I'm confused. Oh, is this when? One day. I posted these at lunchtime. I don't know, I'm getting my days confused. But anyway, that's a Big Mac taco. I showed you how to make them on Monday's stream. Hello, welcome in.
Delicious.
Oh, hello. Thank you for your resub. I'm doing good, how are you? Do you want to choose an ingredient for the mystery box challenge? You'll just choose something for us to go into our mystery box, which we'll pull out next week. Yeah. Peach upside down cake for the first day of summer. This looks really good. So there's nice fluffy cake under this, I can imagine. Oh, Kaz. Looks good. Great work. I was wondering if we could do something like that, like an upside down cake version of my apple cake. I think that's what I want to work on in the new year. Can I send you photos on Discord? Photos of food. If you've made them, food that you've made, yeah, you can put them in Discord in the All Things Food channel. Made it or eaten it yourself. You can't share photos of someone else's food. Of course. Fawzi, Little Patisserie shutting down on the weekend. Pecan tart, which I love. Cappuccino mousse, which sounds divine. Parisian flan, hazelnut finger. Didn't you recognize me? Oh, you're from Turkey, right? Am I right in remembering that? Look at this. So I Googled this place because you can see the name of it. It's called like Sweet something. I Googled it and it's around the corner from our old house when we lived in Melbourne. Not around the corner, but like nearby. Because we used to live in Box Hill and this is in Doncaster. It's closing down. If anyone is in the Doncaster area, go and check this out. Don't steal all Fawzi's cakes though, because they close on Sunday. Close on Sundays. Thank you very much for sharing, Fawzi. Shadi Godfire Ramen from Hankata Gensuki. Ooh, I think this is the place that Exceed and I went to. It's good. What are they called again? Hell's bells. I can't see it here. It's like sweet fan or something like that. If you check these photos, it's visible on a computer, but like not for me right now. If you guys can see that, just go into Discord. Hello everyone that's coming in. Welcome in, Nania Kid. Yeah, go and check it out because they look really good. So this is, I don't know how you feel about ramen. Egg. Should it be cut in half or should it be kept whole like that? I personally would prefer the egg cut in half. It's just easier to eat because then you have to awkwardly try and cut it with chopsticks. Yeah, Hell's Bells cut in half. On Potslow cut in half. Hello, Dr. MF Pepper, welcome in. We'll get there. We're going to move. We move our way down to all of the photos. It is in Doncaster. It's around the corner, like it's on the same street as the Doncaster shops. I'll find it. Nah, I like it whole so it oozes out newly into the ramen. No, but you can, if it's cut in half fresh, then it's still gooey. Whatever, crapalicious, you just like to be different. No, I appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate your opinion. They should be soft enough that chopsticks go through them. Yeah, but it's still awkward because you got to like awkwardly. I like to eat the yolk and it be gooey in my mouth rather than like, I think it's wasted if it runs into the soup. Whole egg equals dexterity -1. Yeah. It's a skill issue. Oh, you're telling me that I'm not skillful with my chopsticks? I see how it is. Honestly, for the longest time, these brown things I thought were seaweed. I didn't know until maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago when we did the ramen stream, that they're mushrooms. I didn't know that. That looks fire. It's God fire. Ramen places around here removing the egg, charging the same price and asking $2 more if you want. So, yeah, I know the egg prices are going up. I won this week because I ordered 3 cartons of eggs and they didn't have the ones that I got, that I wanted. So I got the expensive eggs, like the $7, $8 a carton eggs. Got 3 of them. So good. Rubbery yucky mushroom, yeah, I get that. Okay, so these have come out. We've been told that these are at the shops. We're waiting for someone in the community to buck up and try them. Someone's got to do it. They're twisted raspberry twisties. So twisties are kind of like a really crunchy version of like Cheetos, like the long crunch like Cheetos. But we're thinking that these are going to be bad. Twisted raspberry with like corn chips. It's a bit strange. I've tried those raspberry twisties. They aren't as bad as I thought. But would you get them again, Nanny Kid? Do you have any photos of what they actually look like? Because all I have seen is this image. I haven't seen what the actual twisties look like. But it's like just the flavouring on the top is sweet and then the corn chip was weird. Okay. And then the new version that's come out this week is Donut King's Cinnamon Donut, which I feel like this possibly would be better than the sweet raspberry. The cinnamon donut is like, kind of like a churro maybe. Look at that. Nani said wouldn't get it again. Okay. So just buy a cinnamon donut. Margot, thank you for Kate, I think, Lord Shaddy for sharing them. We're always looking to try new products, especially we've got an American guest coming. She's on her way to the airport now and she'll get here on Saturday morning, tomorrow midday, we pick her up. And what am I saying? We're going to get her to try some Australian foods. It's going to be a bit of fun. We're not sure if she comes on stream. I don't want to pressure her, so maybe she'll just sit there and watch me awkwardly and I'll be awkward. Margot, I've seen the raspberry ones on the shelf. They got pretty bad reviews, so I didn't bother trying them. I feel like the cinnamon might work. A sweet twisty is still pretty weird. I get that. All right, so she's back on the HelloFresh train. Szechuan pork belly and greens. I was expecting some spice, but it's pretty mild, nice though, lots of garlic. Hey, this looks good. I need to make more simple recipes like this. Like they just look so good. Do you have a recipe card for this one, Margot? And we can make it spicier. We can improve it. It looks really yum. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Crapalicious, rare Crapalicious made food. What do we got? Homemade guacamole with homemade pico de gallo salsa. Damn, you made both of these? Poggers. Okay, how do you make your guac? Do you do lots of pepper and lemon? That looks really good. And my question, everybody in chat, pay attention. Do you eat something like that with a plain corn chip, or are you okay eating it with like a flavored Dorito? Like, what is your preference? When you're eating a guac and salsa, do you like a plain corn chip, or do you prefer having a flavored one, like a nacho cheese or whatever? Like, what's your go-to method for eating guac? Just muting my phone. Okay, gotta be plain. Flavored Dorito, okay. Plain, plain corn chip, plain. All right. So I will, if something's put in front of me, like I'll try it, but my preference is either plain corn chip Or is it nacho cheese? In Australia, it's the red packet of Doritos. Like, they're the only ones that I like. So I'm willing to try different versions of, I don't know if I've had the ranch ones in the US, but I only like, I think it's Cheese Supreme. Cheese Supreme, the red packet of Doritos. Or plain. Only the two flavors that I like. Exceed thinks I'm crazy. I don't even really like plain ones. I will only ever, if I choose corn chips, they're kind of like, or tortilla chips, I prefer them to be flavored. Yeah. Would you guys have a flavor of Doritos that you like? That is your favorite? It looks good. Crapalicia, she took us on a tangent about corn chips. Lemon and salt on tortilla chips. Lemon and salt, like lemon juice? Or what do you mean by lemon? I never know if it's Tostitos or Tostilla or something. The corn chip company, they have a lime and black pepper, I think it is, and that's really good. That's nice. Molly, I didn't take a picture of last night, so I don't want to hear about it then. I don't want to hear about it. I did take it at a restaurant, if that's okay. That's okay, yep. Yep, that's fine. Tostitos, is that what it is? Tostitos, okay. Squeeze a lime or lemon on the corn chip. Don't they go soggy? My favorite thing is when they, if you go to restaurants like at Chewy's in Texas, they get flour tortillas, they deep fry them, and then they're super crunchy. They are amazing. They're really probably not the healthiest version, but I love them. I love like homemade tortilla chips that are like fried and they're really crunchy. They're real good. Hello Jim. How's your day been? You have to eat them before they go soggy, okay? On the whole bowl, just drizzle it with, okay, I'll try it. Crunch Styles, or AKA BCK Crunch, made a batch of pickles last night. They're crisp and tart, probably going to go on my next pulled pork barbecue sandwich. Oh, that looks fire. Would you like to give me a recipe so I can make them on stream? If you have one, I'd love to make them. They look really good. I want to get into some more. We need to convince Exceed to turn on the other fridge so that I can make pickles and I can make more stuff. But I'm so hesitant because our fridge is always so chockers. Chockers is an Australian word. Chockers is like full. It's like full to the brim. It's like if something is chockers, it's like full. It's like it's packed. Just had Chinese. What kind of Chinese did you have? And did you take photos, Jim? Do you have nachos in Australia? No, never heard of nachos. You mean the dish? Nachos? Yes, we do. I'm not a big fan because they always go soggy. I'm a bit picky when it comes to certain foods. I just don't like soggy factor. Chips with cheese on top, okay, soggy. Yeah. I'll eat cereal separate. I prefer to have chips and dip rather than nachos. Or if I do, like, make nachos for Exceed, I'll eat the side bits and he eats the middle where it goes like with the loaded cheese. And I just don't like sogginess. Anyway, Elra, is that how I want to always make sure I say your name correctly? Because you're a chef, right? Whipped blue cheese and pear crostini, which I'm guessing is the one at the bottom. Yeah. No, here. This one here. This is the whipped goat cheese with pear crostini. Then we have chicken taco bites. I don't know which ones those are. One of them is chicken taco bites. Chicken crostini with blueberries. Sounds good. Smoked salmon mousse, which I'm guessing is this top one. Delish. I love like finger food like this. No chance of going soggy. Crostini with brie, dates, and toasted walnuts. Bottom one for sure, because I saw the walnut. I'm pretty sure. Salmon mousse. Russian buckwheat Bellini pancakes. Oh yes. These ones up here. Cold hors d'oeuvres, yes. Deviled egg with bacon roses. Oh, look how cute. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. They look fantastic. Yes. So you're not a chef. I'll get confused between the yep and the nope every time. You work in food. And then Merrick, I forgot to take a pic of last night's supper, but this is lunch at the local sushi and sake. Hold on. You went to an event or like you went to a place that serves sushi and sake together? That looks really good. Oh, look at that. Those rolls and the takoyaki. No, not what's it called? Yakitori, that's the word. Yakitori, which is the meat on sticks. Ooh, yum. Wow, look at that. So we've got salmon, tuna. Is that yellowfin? I'm just saying names of fishes. Squid. Little squid. Wow. They're chunky boys. I'd like to try a platter like that. I'm not massive on raw fish, but definitely when we go to Japan, I think you have to try it like fresh. Amazing. Thank you for sharing. That person has massive biceps. Probably that person does too, but that one's more obvious. That's some good muscles. Sorry, I just had to comment on your friend. Or you. You've got good muscles. Gym bomb. Oh, hold on. This is the spread. Look at that. Tacos. Look at this. Is that dessert? Fabulous. He's the smallest of my trainers. You have multiple trainers? Merrick's just here, like, you know, in the NFL or just, that's my team. Sick. Thanks for sharing. I have 3. Okay. Just 1, 2 was too much, not enough? 4 too much? No, I'd love to know what they, like, do they do different things? What you do with them? Why you have them? It's really cool. Hope that'd be good people if they're with you. This looks really good. Gym bomb. What do we got here? Fried rice, garlic prawns. What kind of seasonings on here? That looks really good. No, I'm an out of shape retired chef. So, why the 3? Why the 3? That's cool. Oh, you're a saucier. Okay. Remind me never to make a sauce in front of you again. Thank you, everybody, for sharing. All right. Because they're also my friends. Okay, Chad. That's good. Dope. Alrighty. So, I just need to find this image. So we're talking about those desserts. So I would say the place is called Sweet Clan. Sweet Clan, Hells Bells. Okay? All right, let's get into it. So chicken chorizo risotto. We're gonna need the things. A large saute pan. This guy. I like to use him because he's wider so you guys can see better. So sometimes on stream, I don't use the appropriate equipment and no one called me out for that, but it's because it's better to visualize for you. It's really hard for a camera to see inside a deep saucepan. So if I can get away with this. I got to try and be a bit neater and tidier and doesn't splash everywhere. You guys can visualize it better. Molly, we need to talk about the pans you use. Shut up. And we're going to need a saucepan. The saucepan you don't need to look into, so it just goes to the side. And we're going to put our stock in there, keep it warm so we can do this, okay? If you're just joining us, welcome in. Today we're doing chicken chorizo risotto, but the main game is towards the end of the stream. We are doing a sponsored Skillshare segment. We're going to be doing some splash photography. We're going to be throwing stuff. We're going to do some high action shots. We're going to be watching one of their courses. And exclamation mark Skillshare, please consider signing up to a free month membership. You can cancel anytime. It does support the stream because they go, okay, 15 people, 10 people, 5 people signed up for the month. That's cool. We might want to work with you again. It is awesome. There's so many different short courses and ways to skill up. You can do things from productivity, which I love, really short condensed videos like 10, 15 minutes on how to organize like your day, your week, your month, be more productive. There's something like we're doing photography, there's web design, there's art, tie-dye, heaps of hobby stuff. Yeah. By the way, you did amazing on the mothers. Thank you. I do well with the mothers, not that, so the brothers and the fathers.
Delicious.
Kidding. Yay! Imperial Ash, 11 months. Check you out. Thank you for using Prime. How you been? Would you like to choose an ingredient for the mystery box? I'm just gonna add a pop of color today. My apron. It's a beautiful pop of color. It was the first one I picked up. The Fiesta. All right. We need the half apron. Do we? If only there wasn't a red apron you could use. You guys bully me. Who? Oh, we were supposed to start it this week. Damn it. All right, there'll be a sale. Guys, there's a sale coming up on merch. Exceed and I have discussed, we discussed it. I checked all of the items on the website. We just haven't gone live with it. But there is a merch sale coming up, a big one. You've got 7 days. It hasn't gone live yet, but when I tell you, we need as much as we can gone before the June 30th, okay? End of financial year sale. Is that better? Is that better, Dex? Roselli? This is a Miss Molly Silicon... Silicon mat. This is a Miss Molly apron. I'm just going to stop talking. I'm done for today. This is a silicone apron. Everything slides off like Teflon. Okay, moving on. All right, so we're going to need some chorizo. June 30th is 7 days, 30 hours, yes. But it needs to be for us. So yeah, you'll have like a week or whatever, or like just under a week. I'll talk to Exceed, hopefully we can get it, do it after stream, so that we can go live. So get rid of as much merch as we can before the end of financial year. Chicken, chorizo, also a name that I call Chester. Ozzy hasn't come out. Hello, Ozzy. So, chorizo, like that. How many do you need? So, 1 to 2 chorizo, depending on how much you want to make. I like to use 2. 450, so a pound of chicken breast. We're going to need some garlic, an onion, arborio rice, white wine, diced tomatoes, chicken stock, paprika, chili flakes, water, cheese. Super easy, super easy. All right. So cheese. I'm gonna use brown onion today, I think. But I usually use red, so you can use whatever you like. Everything has to be gone. Oh, just wanna sell some merch. Get it in your hot little hands. Okay. I'm just in the back. I'm getting arborio rice. It's the only thing that I remember. How many of you guys like risotto or like eating a lot of rice? Whether it be jambalaya, paella, sushi. Who likes rice? I think rice when it's ingredient of the year. Maybe it could be ingredient of the year times 2. Okay. So, chorizos, dos. Chicken, here, there. A brown onion or a yellow onion. Arborio rice, which is like your short grain risotto rice. You can use paella rice as well. Diced tomatoes here. Paprika and chili flakes are in there. Water, stock powder's there. Cool, I just need to get one. Love rice and risotto, fabulous. Love to hear it. So this is something that you can easily make in bulk, portion, freeze, and thank yourself for when you cannot be bothered cooking. Take a portion out and nuke it in the microwave and you'll have yummy food. Really, really good. I'm just looking for white wine and I can't find it. Hey Google, add white wine to my shopping list. I swear it. I'll just add some.
I added white wine to the list called shopping.
Extra dry. Here we go. I'm just going to use this extra dry. What's it called? I always forget what this is called. The name of rice pudding with that type of rice. Fabulous. That's industrial size. What are you doing? Silicone apron on Amazon, but I did find 100% silicone shoes. Dishwasher safe. Brown rice for risotto. How come? What about the brown rice? Do you like it chewier? I know that brown rice you can use risotto to make a similar dish. You can use any rice, but risotto rice, like arborio rice, is going to give you a really creamy, starchy texture. Really, like gives it that creaminess that risotto is known for. But you can definitely make it with anything. I forget, what are martinis made with? What's this called? Has nowhere on the bottle, but it's called another name. Vermouth, that's the name I was thinking of, vermouth. So this is dry vermouth. Oh, you know when you watch movies and you see all these fabulous people drinking martinis, dirty, extra dirty, shaken, not stirred, and it all looks so fabulous. How many people have actually tried a martini? I don't know how people drink them. I think it's like drinking like petrol. Oh God, I tried, that's why I bought this. I've tried to make a martini before and I cannot get around it. I like a Negroni, but a Negroni it's a sipping drink and it has flavor. I cannot drink a martini. Sweet vermouth on the rocks with a twist. What's that from? Who drinks that, Dex? Okay, so we're gonna get started. We've got an onion here. So I wanna show you or tell you about onions. Produce can get a little bit old and funky in your pantry, but it's not cause for concern. And I don't want you to waste it and throw it out. Food wastage is rampant in the world, and you know I'm definitely not the best at saving things, but see here the onion is getting older. It's been sitting in the pantry and it's got some kind of like mold growing. I think it's mold, but the under layers of the onion are completely fine. So I chop this off, take the layers off, throw them in the bin, and then wash the onion. And I'm not saying you don't have to do this, but I'm just saying that like, I've never got sick. How does everyone else feel? So I just chop it off like that, and then peel the onion, remove those layers. You lose a bit of the onion, but it's better than throwing the whole onion out. Because I use a lot of red onion, so my white onion goes a bit sad because it sits in the pantry. So if anyone knows how to prevent it from changing colour? Yeah, definitely true. Definitely true, BCK. Yeah. Oh my. And then so anywhere came in contact with, give it a wipe, turn it over. To be extra safe, grab yourself one of these guys. The difference between the two types of onion. Why do you use red more often? So red onion has a sweeter flavour. The colour can be pretty, but red onion is typically sweeter. And so there's less tears. It also gives like a sweeter, more, when it's cooked, more caramel kind of flavours from it. Hey Google, what's the difference between red and yellow onions?
On the website commongroundpg.com, they say red onion is fairly similar to yellow onion in flavor, only that their layers are slightly less tender and meaty, and they have deep purple outer skin with reddish flesh.
Hey Google, what's the difference between a brown onion and a red onion?
On the website hillstreetgrocer.com, they say brown onions are a great all-round versatile cooking onion with their strong flavor. Red onions are milder and sweeter and have a purplish skin and white flesh tinged with red.
So we call them brown onions in Australia. Some people said that they yellow onions, but we have a white onion. So salad, there's two different types, like in my opinion, two different types of salad onion, which you can eat raw and they're sweeter, which are the white onion and the red onion. My grocery store doesn't sell white onions, which annoys me. They only sell the red onions. That's why I use them all the time. I would use a white onion in burgers because you can serve them fresh and in salads. That's what they call a salad onion. Okay. Go here. We're going to pop some oil. Like that. Well, we should probably get everything organised, shouldn't we? All right, so onion chopped. So we'll make sure we have this all organised, all out and ready. Okay. So this recipe is on the website already. It is chicken chorizo risotto. So we'll get it all prepped. So, like that. Thank you, Dex. Okay. We'll do the chorizo. So you can get different types. This one's just from the deli section at the grocery store. And so you don't need to take the skin off. Some of them will have like a skin that you'll be able to tell, because when you cut a piece of it like this, you'll be able to pull off the whole skin and pull it off. Whereas this, even when I try and tear it, the skin doesn't come off. So that means it's okay to eat. All right. So it's cured pork sausage. It's got spices like garlic, paprika. Paprika gives it the beautiful colour. Very yummy. All right. I'm a massive fan of this knife. Oh, the dogs have smelt the meat. So I just lay it up like that. That's one. And that's the other one. What are we doing? Such a good sitter. Hey, buddy. So this one's Chester and that's Romeo. All right. So you can make this as big, chunky as you want, but I like to disperse the flavour more by doing smallest pieces. Love Chester's happy tail. He has a beautiful tail. All right. So we're going to start by cooking the chorizo first, because the chorizo is full of beautiful fat we're going to render down, and that's going to help cook the onion and the garlic. So we're just going to transfer that later, because I was going to do it now and then I'll rather get all the ingredients prepped and organised. We might do two. So what I think I'll do is I'll do some chopped smaller chorizo here and then some larger chunks as well, so that more for the appearance, just to give you a different textural element. These are just great pan fried with a little bit of oil, lemon juice, and maybe like a sprinkle of salt. But chorizo just pan fried in oil, and then use some dipping bread like focaccia or something to dip into the really flavoured oil, or the fat that comes off it. Is so good. So yummy. So yeah, I think we'll go like that. We'll see. I might end up chopping them back up, but we'll see. Then you can always go like that. Yeah, I might actually just cut it in half. His tail is always happy. He's a happy puppy. He doesn't really have a very expressionist face. Not like an expressive face, but he is always wagging his tail. So like if you walk into the bedroom or into Exceed's office, he'll be laying there with his eyes shut asleep, and you'll say, "Chess," and he just wags his tail. Like it just, none of his body's moving, just his tail just like wags. It's very cute. Okay. So chorizo, done. So we're just going to do our mise en place, so it's easier for you guys to see what happens with the recipe, easy to follow, because I've made this a million times before. Garlic, excuse me. So I'm going to use 4 smaller cloves on my press. I've got the recipe up on Discord. Oh, nice. Okay. So what you want to do, grab your cloves like this between your thumb and forefinger, and then just wiggle like that. You don't want to go too far because you don't want to rip the clove, but it just makes the skin, just keep going like that, the skin will just peel off. There we go. So, oh, there's a few more cloves than I was expecting. So thumb and forefinger, just wiggle it. There we go. There we go. Just rake it off. Like you can do that thing that a lot of people do where they go like that. That's fine as well. But sometimes it just breaks the clove and smushes it into small pieces. If you grab a garlic press like this, this actually, you don't have to peel the garlic, you can push it through and it will, the skins get trapped there. But I like to squish it so that you crush the garlic and then remove the remnants and still fry that up. I like to use it all. Yeah. I just can't stop thinking, like as I'm streaming, I just can't stop thinking about this whole sub thing. I don't know if you guys have kept up to date with it. This poor, these poor people that have passed. It's, I think there's things that happen in life, like big moments that like you will remember. And I think this is like, it's just one of those things that is really captured so many people around the world. It's just like attention all at once. Yeah, I hope that it was instant and that, but you still think about their families and they're still people, and you can have your thoughts and the feelings and opinions about why they were there and what the vessel was like. But at the end of the day, it's very, very tragic. I'm good friends with the president. Hey Z, how you doing? Look at that garlic, that luscious garlic. I'm good friends with the president of the Explorers Club. So can you explain to me what the Explorers Club was or is? I did see that term this morning on an article, but I'd never heard of it. He was scheduled to go on the second dive. Wow, I bet he's a very bittersweet moment, right? Because knowing that you could have been there and whatnot. What am I doing? I'm thinking, I'm distracted by chatting and the conversation and things that I was supposed to do in mise en place. That's not part of the steps. I'm doing the naughty. Because I'm doing what I usually do on stream, we're just like cooking as I go. But I'm trying to be showing you getting all the ingredients and equipment out. Okay, garlic, onion, chorizo. Cool? Tin of chopped tomato. Tin of chopped tomatoes, Hazy. Look what you've done. Come in here and made me all blush while you're talking about my food. Look, squirrel. Yeah. Chopped tomatoes, chorizo, garlic, onion. Stop throwing cans. I know. I need to stop. There's no such step. No such step. Chicken and chorizo, you can get it. The recipe's on our website. Okay, so we need 1 cup of abori rice, 200 grams. All right. So Richard Garrett is a game designer and loves exploring, so created a club where they go to the top of the highest mountain, went to the International Space Station, and last year. Okay, so they go to the top of the highest mountain. So a club where, like, in a game or in real life, do this. The photo on that recipe looks bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. No, in real life. Has he been on these adventures himself? Well, obviously he's gone on the next one. Damn, that's amazing. And go to the top of the highest mountain, Everest, I assume. And International Space Station. That's cool. Why do I keep putting the Y in? He goes on everyone. So he's been to the space station and he's been to Everest. Wow. They do cave. Oh, there's something about like the whole cave diving. If you guys have seen cave divers dark cave dive. Oh, I don't know how. Being in the dark situation, anywhere you could be stuck makes me super nervous. Like, I'm not a very claustrophobic person, but I have a worry about water, being stuck, and like, you know when you go in a tunnel, I always I have this fear of like being in a tunnel and it get flooded. That's my like personal, I don't really like going in big long tunnels for that reason. He's famous for going to space, many YouTube videos. Okay. I will probably know of him just right now. That's cool. How did you guys get to know each other? All right. So chicken will chop up next. I just want to do everything prep wise before I do the chicken because I don't want to have to get a new knife and chopping board. I want to do that last. So we'll go through the recipe. 2 chorizos chopped. Onion diced, garlic minced, arborio rice done, can of chopped tomatoes. All right, so we want 3 cups of water in here. And then we want to add our chicken stock powder. All right, so I like to do 3 to 4 because it's better to have more stock than necessary, and it says this in the steps. And depending on your environment, depending on the rate that you're cooking your risotto, how wide your pan is, the more surface area, the more you increase evaporation. So you're going to need more stock to then account for that evaporation, increase in evaporation. So it's better to have more stock prepared than run out and have to like add more later or add water. And the only video left on my Twitch is me giving him a Native American flute during a live stream for one of his. Oh, wow. Okay. So I am going to prepare this step. So we're going to warm this up. 1 tablespoon of chicken stock powder. Like that. A little bit more. Fabulous. And then we're just going to warm that up, okay? So we want to keep it nice and warm so that when we're cooking everything in our pan, this pan here, when we add the stock, it doesn't lower the temperature. If we have warm stock and warm pan, like warm rice, it will be absorbed quicker and easier. But if we have cold stock and hot rice, when we add the cold stock, it'll reduce the temperature of the fry pan, and then it will just take longer for everything to be absorbed, and the whole cooking time is just blown out. So it's better to have warm stock. Okay. Howdy, welcome in Digby Chicken. All right, so check that there. We're gonna need a ladle, or you can just use like a cup measure. All right. Now, the spices we're going to be needing, grab yourself a little bowl like this, and we're going to use some chili flakes, some paprika, and that's it. Okay. So paprika, 1.5 teaspoons, smoked or regular, whatever you like. If you don't have smoked, I would recommend buying something called liquid smoke. You can get it from like a Bunnings Galore, like a Bunnings, not Bunnings, Barbecues Galore, like a barbecue smoking store. You can buy it on Amazon. It's really easy and it adds this really smoky flavor. The bottle will last forever. Okay, chili flakes here. Like that. And we'll add some fresh parsley in later as well. So I think we're ready to go. Fabulous. Chicken. So here. Three years since you did First Things First scrambled eggs. The video? No way. Wow. Yeah, so 3 years ago we self-published our first cookbook, First Things First. And then 2 years? When did we do All In together? A year and a half ago, maybe. It's gone so quick. 3 years, wow. Just trying to find where I put that knife. I have to get another one. All right. Look at this. All right, so you want to grab your chicken like that, and you just want to cut it into strips. Like that. And then grab those chunks like this. And then, so the grain, so you, when you're looking at meat, you kind of got like stripes. So you'll be able to see the stripes go this way. You want to cut across them. All right? So that when you bite into it, it breaks up. All right. And then dice it. Like that. I try to avoid cutting really big chunks in a lot of food, like stews or risottos, things like that. I think that's one of the biggest things that home cooks do differently to professional chefs, is professional chefs chop everything neater and tidier, but also smaller. It means that you're in each bite, you're getting more variety. So if you have a tablespoon of your dish, like your risotto, and like majority of that is a big chunk of chicken, then you're losing out on less rice. And there's like less variety in each spoon. Whereas if you chop everything smaller, you get a little bit of something, something in every bite. And so no big chunks of meat. Yeah, chicken and chorizo risotto. Welcome in. All right. So like that. Nice sharp knife. So it's actually more dangerous to have a dull knife, like a blunt knife, than a sharp one, because a sharp one cuts where you want it to cut, less likely to slip and hurt yourself. So if you can invest in sharp knives that you can sharpen yourself, some nice knives that you can sharpen yourself, or delicious. Get some of those like IKEA ones or those sets that are relatively cheap. They're sharp initially, and then once they go dull, throw them out and get another set. Like, there are really good knives out there that are affordable and they hold their sharpness pretty well. Like, I've had really good IKEA ones years ago, and then when they're done, just move on to another ones. Like, that's where I'm going with my pans these days. Rather than buying really expensive pots and pans that I feel really terrible for throwing out when they lose their non-stick, I'm buying more affordable, cheaper pots and pans. Like this set of 3 that I got from Costco was $49. They're amazing. I pop them in the dishwasher. I use and abuse them. And then when they're done, I'm okay with throwing them out. I've spent $300 on a pan once, and I was ruining my food because I was so headstrong and not wanting to throw it out because I'd spent so much money. So figure out with how you're doing. Yeah, you can take them to metal recycler. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I don't take them to, like, I don't throw them in the bin. I take them to the proper recycling centre. But yeah, you know what I mean. Good point. I should have said that. Non-stick pans can lose their non-stickness. Yeah. So they'll start to deteriorate. They'll just start to kind of get a build-up, some of them. If you aren't cleaning them properly, they can get a build-up. They can also, the coating can come off over time. Just nothing like stays perfect forever. So yeah, this is a set from Costco. The company is called Tramontina. They're really good. I'm going to get another set. I really like them. But use whatever you like and what you prefer. You've got to figure out, buy a few things over your time. Start with cheap. If you're using an appliance or a piece of equipment a lot, then invest and buy a better version of it. Same with all tech, computer equipment. Start with something cheaper, work your way up. But don't go out in, if you can afford it, buy whatever you want. But if you're just getting into cooking, you don't need a $700, $800 KitchenAid. Buy a cheaper stand mixer or a hand mixer. Get to know if you like cooking first and then invest in good equipment. Because there's nothing worse than spending a lot of money because you think you're going to use something and then it sits in your pantry or in your cupboard and you never use it. I think we've all done that before with some type of purchase. I'm thinking of trying a set on Amazon called Granite Stone. Have you heard of them? I've heard of like different types of companies using granite or stone kind of variations, but I don't know if that's the actual brand. You can send it to me, have a look. But at the end of the day, the best thing to do is try it yourself. Check the reviews. That's a good thing. Unfortunately, there's a lot of the stuff, even if it's good, the reviews tend to be negative because the squeaky oil gets the wheel, and the negative people are louder than the. If you like something, you're not going to go to Amazon and comment on it, which there might be a larger proportion. You've got to look out for reviews. But if there's some good people in the world that do review well and that they go to the effort, then that's really great. But honestly, I don't tend to review anything, but I would more likely to review something negatively, review it all negatively, if that makes sense. Delicious. BCK Crunch, thank you very much. I did see... Liz, thank you for gifting to Hazy. Liz, what would you like for your mystery box ingredient? Romeo's just sitting here, so I gave him some chicken. I don't review, but I read reviews. Isn't it funny how a lot of us read reviews, but we're not likely to do it ourselves? BCK, thank you so much for the bits. And if you don't know, around here, for every sub, resub, gifted sub, 500 bits or $5 tip, you get to go into the mystery box. You choose an ingredient, and at the end of each month, we pull out a few ingredients, and I have to cook with them on the spot. Do you have pine nuts? I do. All right. So you'll see that I'm holding my hand up like this because this is my dirty hand. I'm touching with the chicken with it, but I have a clean hand so I can do other stuff around the kitchen. Okay, Liz. No, I can't. The paper's moving. Pine nuts. There we go. I'll get that. Thank you very much. Where would I post that? All about food? You can do all things food or all things shopping. There we go. Thank you, Liz, for the sub. All right. Oh. Any questions you guys have about cooking, food, what I'm making? Let me know. We're also doing today's whole stream is sponsored by Skillshare. We're going to be doing a photography segment. We're going to learn about some splash photography after we finish this risotto. I'm going to make some mess. All right. So 2 chicken breasts, about 450 grams, 2 pounds. Oh, sorry, 1 pound. Okay. I don't know, when I always talk about it, this is what I'm referring to. Oh, you can't see him. You can just see his butt. He's just sitting, that's Romy. It's so hard to resist as well because he's so polite. Like Chester will sit there and he'll paw your leg, like scratch your leg, where Rome will just sit there and he just does that. He swaps his weight and sits up straighter. And he'll just sit there quietly and silently. All right. I'll get this done quickly. So this meal is amazing for making in bulk because you can do a whole bunch of it. Good up, Prepper, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. A golden cavoodle, yeah, he's around. He'll probably be around in a few minutes. His name is Chester. He is a large cavoodle, so like a standard cavoodle. We got funny looks. People, we took him to puppy preschool and he was the biggest, like, doofus. He was like this really, you know how when you go, like, kids go to school and they're like, there's the big kid that's like a little bit gawky and like you've got all the little toddlers and then this like big kid? That was Chester. So he was always bigger than all of the puppies at puppy preschool and the other cavoodles. And he's just a standard size, but he's beautiful. He's like the most beautiful, like, temperament dog. I think there's something about cross with poodles, poodle crosses, that Romeo's the best. He's beautiful. Chester is a doofus, but he's so cute. He is. All right. Ooh. I think he's gone outside because he's usually here. My pup was also the biggest and he wasn't even that big. Wild. Yeah. How is your puppy going? How old is it now? We got kicked out of puppy preschool. My Malamute would bulldoze the other dogs. Yeah. Even Staffies and Shepherds. Because she was the biggest and wow. And was playing with 45-kilo dogs, like used to being playing rough. Wow. All right. Just this now. Come on. Watch it. Watch him run in. He was really cream when he was a puppy, but he was like really caramel when he was a puppy. Now he's gone cream. Can you do paw? Your paws are all wet because you've been outside. Good boy. All right. Sorry, I'm standing under the heater. I just don't want you to hear the air rushing over my microphone. Hey, Chewy. They're very good. Very good boys. Okay, so I think we're ready. They almost look like twins. If you're like me, you have a million names for your pets, but I usually call them Bill and Ben because they're just like the little flower pot men. They're just like twins. They're always together and always doing stuff. But black and white. Romeo's actually 12. I always forget, 13? No, I think you're 13 this year. Yeah, he's an old boy. But he's like a puppy. He's still very energetic. Okay. Let's go. Move this down a little bit. There we go. So, first things first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cook this chorizo. So I've got two different sizes, the smaller chorizo and then the chunkier bits, just to give some textural difference. Okay. Okay. My uncle's dog he had in 2007 was a cross between a German Shepherd and a Border Collie. Was one heck of an escape artist. Wow. Always wanted to jump in the fire truck when I used to be in the fire service, and my uncle, and I named him Bugger, but his name, okay, nice. Got all the ingredients for tomorrow together with a note, don't eat until picture. Amazing, I love it. You put the note on the food, I love that. I love that. Okay. So we're just really, you cooking this a little bit of a lower temperature for a longer period of time just to melt that fat. The chorizo is really heavy, like you can just take a piece of it and you'll be able to see that these like little marks here, that's all fat that's been pushed into the sausage, and we render that down, we melt it down, and it will be the base for everything else, the onion to cook in, the garlic, and it's really full of flavor as well because the chorizo has got garlic and paprika and other spices, and that flavorful oil is just the base of the whole dish. All right. He's here now. Okay. Yum. Okay. We've got time. I just want to rush. I don't like downtime, so I just like to move things along quicker on stream. But it's better you render it down and do the right thing. Okay, I'm gonna add some pepper as well. There's pepper. Just gonna make sure. Any updates I need to, because I change my recipes all the time as I make them. Like I make tweaks and changes and improvements. And someone's like, oh, why didn't I add that? Or I should have added this, or I might add that this time. So sometimes I update the recipes as I go if I make them again. I don't like to make too many changes once it's gone live. But if you didn't know, check out missbollymakes.com if you want a whole bunch of free recipes. There's everything from toasted sandwiches to soups to risottos, donuts. There's tiramisu, got apple and cinnamon scrolls or rolls, sticky buns, hey cad. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we're going to go in with the onion now, like that. I'm going to cook this until it's translucent, so it starts to caramelize, cook down. So see how it's white and opaque? We want to cook it until it starts to go translucent, so it's kind of like see-through. All right? Lower the heat. You don't want it too high because we don't want to burn the onion before it starts to sweat off and cook. Break up the onion like that. Have you guys had really nice risotto before? Or anything like this? chorizo, chicken, rice. I think paella is very common. Like the flavors that we're doing today is very similar to like a jambalaya, a paella, and a risotto. It's kind of like an amalgamation of all of them. You could change up the spices. We've got paprika and chili here, but you could also add, omit them or keep it and add something like this, like a Raging Cajun, like Slap Your Mama or a Cajun seasoning mix. And that will add some really nice flavour and make it more like a jambalaya. So this has, will it tell me what spices in here? Nope. It's a hidden secret. Oh, spices. Salt, spices, paprika, garlic, onion, celery salt, tricalcium phosphate, anti-caking. Here's the stuff. Okay. Whoop, stuff going everywhere. This is what I said. You've got to be careful not to spray around the kitchen because we're using this more wider pan. I might switch. I got a deeper pan that will be perfect. Here we go. You guys should still be able to, yeah, see in there. But just give me a bit of working room, especially when we add the rice and stirring it a lot, kind of captured in here a bit better. There we go. Is that all right? So adding colour here. So adding colour is your Maillard reaction, so your amino acids, and then your caramelization is your sugars. So where the flavour molecules are banging around, hitting each other, creating new flavour molecules, adds depth of colour, depth of flavour. So you get that nice brown colour when you caramelise. You know when you cook a steak or you caramelise onions and it goes really deep and brown and rich and the flavour changes, that's what's happening here. So it's going to add really a lot more luxuriousness, richness to your dish. Just like when making a stew or cooking anything in a slow cooker, it's always recommended to brown the meat, to cook it off originally and then cook it low and slow, because that browning, searing the meat is your Maillard reaction. If you're cooking onions, your caramelization, and your meat is, when your overall dish is going to look richer and it's going to look deeper in colour and more appealing to your eye. Okay. All right, we're going to add our chicken. You provide, you provide. Be satisfied. Look at that. Cajun cooking uses saffron, which people think is bad for you. Yeah, the saffron root, that's root beer, right? I should read your whole paragraph before commenting. Say spices, but this is because saffron root is where you get the original root beer, but it is not good for you. However, the twigs and leaves are perfectly edible. Okay, so the saffron root I've heard is a carcinogenic, right? Carcinogen. But the twigs and everything is okay. All right. So the Cajun part that uses saffron, that uses the twigs and roots. That's okay. No, so the original root beer, from my understanding, Merrick, tell me if I'm wrong, the original root beer was from saffron, but then when they found out that it was carcinogen, then now root beer is made from a different plant. Is that correct? I have root beer extract here, or root beer concentrate. It is so old. This is from, I bought this in 2019. This is, what does it say? Handle with care, use only heavy glass bottles. Okay. Caramel color, alcohol, natural and artificial flavor, sulfiting agent. Red. Okay. I don't know what this is made from then. There we go. So I have this, but I don't know what it's from. It says real and natural flavors. Sorry, real and natural, that's the same word. Natural and artificial flavors. Filtered water, saffron-free saffron extract. Okay. Did that make seasoned rice? I don't know. I got it from when we were in Louisiana, pretty sure. I think we went to the shops in Baton Rouge. Okay, browning your chicken, like that. Diced onion, minced garlic as well. Cooking your garlic. So, chorizo, diced chicken, onion and garlic. So cooking all this so it's nice and brown. Zatarain's, it's the true Cajun ingredients. Zatarain's. Zatarain's? Zatarain's. Okay. Now, brown your chicken. Get some nice color on it. Smells amazing in here. Look at that. I keep throwing chorizo out of the pan. Look. Yum. Okay. Mix the arborio rice. Hold on. Okay, so add this, and we want to toast the rice. This is an important step that a lot of people don't do with risotto. You need to toast the rice, to cook the rice slightly for a few minutes. Cool. And so we're toasting the granules. Pour the white wine into the pan and deglaze the pan. So we're using our vermouth. And the vermouth we're using is half cup. Okay? So this is going to add sweetness, acidity, and wonderful flavor. The alcohol is going to be cooked off. That's why we're cooking it now. We're deglazing the pan. So we're removing, helping like create some viscosity to then lift off any bits that have like stuck to the pan. We're deglazing like that. And then because it's a really high temperature, the alcohol is going to evaporate, leaving behind that beautiful flavor. And that's why we do it first before we add the stock. Okay? Beautiful. Starting to smell amazing. Fond, F-O-N-D, fond. You deglaze to remove the fond. Fond equals flavor. Anything that's stuck to the bottom, you want to scrape that off and incorporate it back into your dish, because that's the good stuff. Okay. Now we're going to add in our spices. Paprika, chili, and then our tomato, chopped tomatoes. All right, so here, this step, we're just cooking the tomatoes. As I was saying before, the tomatoes have such a rich sugar content that we want to cook down and we want to caramelize because that's going to add depth of flavor as well. It's going to start really pink and vibrant, the tomatoes, and then they're going to cook down and go like more of a marrony, darker hue. And that's going to mean that it's reduced, evaporated the water content, and those sugars are starting to get good. Okay? So we're cooking off. This is the beginning of the risotto, so we're stirring every 30 seconds to a minute. So we're basically, when you think of it, is we're grinding those sugar. I kept pressing the wrong button with my foot. That's the wrong one. This one. We're scraping the granules of rice against each other, and what happens with that? It releases the starch, and that is what gives risotto its quintessential creaminess. We want to release as much starch as we can, and that is done by stirring. You don't have to go crazy and always be stirring. Just every 30 seconds or so, 30 seconds to a minute, give it a stir. Like that. Look at that. I hate Googling things, it feels like cheating. No, it's all good. ABS, always be stirring. Now, finally, we're going to start to incorporate our stock. So get yourself a cup measure or a ladle. I just grab this, and I have a saucepan of stock here, staying warm. I'm going to add half a cup-ish, and then put that back in there. Keep stirring, and we're going to only add a little bit until it's absorbed by the rice, and then we're going to add more. So you want this like medium heat. You don't want it too hot, because then you're bubbling and you're evaporating all of the liquid off, rather than allowing it to be absorbed by the rice. Kiddo Pepper, no worries. Enjoy. All right. Such a cute little saucepan. Hey, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. You want to see a small saucepan? This is my baby saucepan. He's so little. It's my saucepan. My milk pan. All right. Like that. All right, so what you can do is try and scoop some sauce up, but not granules of rice, and then taste the sauce on itself. Like, you don't want to get a mouthful of rice that's uncooked, but taste the sauce, because you might want to tweak it. You might want to add some more pepper, add some more paprika, and at the end we're going to add some cheese. Not right now. Wait till everything's absorbed, all the liquid, and go from there. A measuring cup is a tiny saucepan. Yeah, but you can't put this over the heat unless you. What does Cad say? You can do anything once until you burn it or you break it or something happens. You could put that in the over the gas heat, but then probably melt or burn, warp. You never do it again. Okay. Yes. Looks so good. And our mise en prep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 little bowls into the dishwasher. A pretty clean kitchen. So that's why you clean up as you go. Doing your mise en place, getting your organisation, everything in its place, really does help in the long run. It's something that I need to be better at, because I like to just cook as I go, like chop something up, chop some chicken, fry the chicken while I'm doing other stuff, but it actually is messier Yeah, it's a messier process. Okay. You can do this in the slow cooker if you want. Pressure cooker. You won't have the exact same texture. The rice will be won't be as creamy, but it's like if you wanted to add all of the liquid here, put the lid on, it will be completely fine. Just stir it every 3 to 5 minutes. It will cook quicker because the lid will be on, and you can do other things, and you'll still have really yummy food. It'll still taste the same. Up to you. Or you can make this all, put everything, like I would still recommend cooking the chorizo and the chicken, browning that off before you put in the slow cooker. But you could put that in the slow cooker, cook it in 3 to 4 hours in the slow cooker. The biggest thing here is you've got to worry about is the chicken, overcooking the chicken. I do recommend using thigh. In our house, we use a lot of breast because it exceeds preference. But thigh has more connective tissue, it stays more moist, and it can deal with cooking like lower and slower for a longer period of time. Breast is a bit lean, but I don't think it chops so small, I don't think it's too big of an issue. All right, so I'm just going to lower the heat. All right. Needs to get all in together. I needed it since I got my Instapot last Christmas. You do. So we are going to have a sale. So stay tuned. I'm hoping that today or tomorrow we can go live with the sale. There'll be a big sale end of financial year because our financial year goes from June 30th or 1st of July to June 30th. So it's coming up for us, our end of year financial year. So we'd love to get as much merch gone as we can. Get rid of stock that we're holding and get it into your arms. Like there's no point us having it at our house. The water bottles, the mugs, the aprons, the cookbooks, I'd love you guys to have it in your house. And if we can discount it and get it there. I can't do anything about shipping, but I can give you a discount on the things. And I would rather get it into your house. We're gonna lose money, but I just don't want it in our house anymore. I want you to have it. That's the mugs. So the mugs have a lid, so you can serve them like a tumbler, wine glass. Very nice, keeps your cold and your hot. Or you can put a lid on it as well and you can travel. They're really, really great. And then we have water bottles. Perfect for wine, I know. Okay. I'll do a little demo, hold on. Get a one of everything package, guys. And these, they'll come shipped in a box like this. These are the water bottles, they're really good. Does the outside get hot? Well, no. So they're perfect temperature, so like you don't feel cold. They don't feel hot. You can still touch them and pick them up and whatever. They're double-walled. Triple-walled, I think. That doesn't make sense. No, double-walled. And they're all insulated, so there's like an air gap. I think I have like a, when we ordered them, they were like, there's some what's the word? Like an informational image. What's the word? Can't think. Multi-wall technology, that's it. Coming to you. Diagram? No. Oh, God, can't even think. When we were creating the cookbooks, I was using this word all the time. It's like an informational, kind of like a diagram, pictogram. I'll think of it. You wait, I'll just, schematic, infographic, there we go. I think it was infographic. Yeah, infographic. Yeah, there we go, justitious, Roselli, thank you. So, coming together like this. Beautiful. Have a taste. Yum. A little bit more. Oh, really? No, like we've never had any issues, Merrick. We've never had any issues about stuff getting damaged to, or not getting there. Never had any issues. We had one in our whole time streaming and creating products. I think we've had 2 issues, one getting water damage, one getting bent. And that was domestic Australia Post. Everything else has been fantastic. Yeah, Rosilia's ordered multiple times. I send stuff to the mods. No, so that was a whole... So we had stuff getting stored in the US in a warehouse, and we told everyone that, it was end of, the last week, 2 weeks, we had a countdown. And then we tried to organise to get it sent back, to get like a quote to send it back. They shipped it without telling us. We didn't give the go-ahead. It got split into 3 packages. And we got $1,000 shipping bill, or it was $800. So that's the shipping cost to get it back to Australia. And then they misrepresented the information. So then we were going to have a $1,200 import fee. But luckily, so it was the most terrible week, or 2 weeks trying to go back and forward with the companies. We originally got it down to 120 from 1,200, 120 bucks. And then one of the packages got lost or damaged. So damaged, it was catastrophic damage that they couldn't take a photo. So we're hoping we can claim that on insurance. But that was only the smallest package as well. So we basically lost 800, I think it was $890 for the shipping and 120 Australian dollars. So, hey Google, what is $890 in Australian dollars?
Sorry, I don't have any information about that, but I found something similar. Do you want to know how much is $9,800 USD in AUD?
Yes.
On the website walletinvestor.com, they say $9,800 is $14,209.01
Hey Google,
Australian dollar.
What is 813? Thank you. Stop, Google. So it was 1,321. Yeah. So plus, so it was about 1,450, nearly 1,500 Australian dollars that we've lost. It's not something that I've only mentioned like once on stream. As a small business, as this is my full-time job, that was like over 2 months of my pay that we just had to give to a shipping company. It's been, that's why we're trying to sell as much merch as we can. We're losing money on it, but it's better than it being in our house. sitting here. So when I say like talking about subs and tips and gifts and like things like that, support, the ways you can support our stream, that's why it means a lot. Like groceries, electricity, everything that I do costs money, and that's my income. And so if you can, please consider buying merch so that you get something for it and for your support. And keep me here, because it's been a very tough, we don't really like talking about the type of thing, but it's been, you know, a tough few months trying to figure out what we're going to do. CAD too fast. I found a button. Is that the new chat feature? I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that's that new super chat feature, hype chat. Thank you, CAD. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. Hype chat. All right, I'm just gonna add a little bit. Wow, look how much hype it generated. Damn. Thank you, CAD. All right. Guys, get some hype in the chat for CAD. All right, we're nearly there. Look how good this is. Look at that. Guys, get some hype in the chat. Okay, I need some parsley and some cashew cheese. And then we're gonna decide what we're gonna splash. What color, I was thinking maybe a pink background with like a blue drink. Maybe like what color, I was thinking contrasting colors, like a green background with like a pink drink or pink liquid. The first time I tried to take a photo, I did it with actual cocktails, and XC was like, this is a waste. And I was like, what am I doing? Wasting good alcohol? I'm just trying to find Parmesan. Here we go. Guys, I'm a numpty. I got mint out of it. So, merch sale coming soon. Getting close to having enough points to redeem another dish. Yes, I need to start thinking of something. You do. If you guys haven't used your in-stream currency to redeem something, do it. Hey, Seed Brown, welcome in. All right. Okay. Grater. Redemptions we've got coming up. I need to have a look. Mods, can you tell me the redemptions we have? I know Dex has got one. I've done pretty well. Some of them I've already need to mark off that we've done. You get to pay sales tax on that $1. See, it's really hard with like stuff on Twitch asking for like subs so that you get ad-free viewing and things, because it just costs you guys so much. Yeah. I would rather you guys, if you are going to, do it through PayPal. Because we get, so of that $1, from my understanding, we receive 70 cents. Yeah. Yep. Whereas if you tip with PayPal, !tip, that is, I think it's like only a really small percentage fee that they take for, it's like 3 or 4%. Yeah. Ooh. Gumbo, corn chowder aspic, ripple cake. Okay, creme brulee. Are you ready for this not jelly aspic? No, not even aspic, it's risotto. What am I saying? Look at this. Doesn't this look magical? Yeah. Okay. Add in cheese. Nah, I'm okay with the aspic. Risotto aspic. What does that even mean, Cad? He's got more money than sense. More Molly dollars than sense. Look at this. Woo! Hold on. Hey, you tried fairy bread for the first time? Nice. What kind of sprinkles did you use? Hey, girl, hey. I love that. Thank you for sharing. What kind of sprinkles? Did you use butter, real butter, and white bread? Liz, they're the redemptions that we already have currently. People's redemptions. Ooh. Look at this. Chicken chorizo risotto. How good. See how you can see the big chunks of the chorizo and the little ones? Oh, damn. I just splashed everything everywhere. Who redeemed the original aspic CAD? Yeah, I think so. Or Dex. Look at that. Mufflet is my favourite sandwich so far. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, there's one I made the other day, but I need to remove. Mmm. Yum. Holy dooly, this is so good. God. What do you think? You guys gonna make this? So you can make it creamier if you want. If you find that you put it in the fridge or it becomes like the rice absorbs the moisture, just add a little bit of water or a bit of milk and it will make it creamier again. It's a bit hard trying to scoop with a spatula, flat spatula. Hey Sheila, welcome back. Look at this. Yum. Look at that. Mms in the chat. Mms in the chat. Romeo is coming. Your dinner is coming. See, I told you. My dyslexic brain, reading things backwards. There we go. Thank you, Roselli. Recipe is linked by Rosalarita. There we go. Yum. So it's my take. It's kind of like a paella mixed with a risotto, mixed with like a jambalaya. Yum. Serve some up for Exceed. Now we're gonna get into some photography, aka mess. You mean cooking with guests? Liz, do you mean? Definitely like to. The problem that occurred is, well, it's not a problem. It was really fun and we do love it. However, it's a little bit hard. We had an idea of how we wanted it to be, of like we have guests come into the kitchen or we stream with guests and it be like a question and answer, kind of like a talk show type thing as we're cooking. However, other streamers, it's hard because we don't want to ask them to not stream. It's a bit awkward to ask them to not stream. And they want to talk to their communities, which is understandable. And it was kind of a little bit hard to get that kind of level of like engagement with, if you get what I mean. Also, it's hard to collaborate with times and organise things. We have a lot going on behind the scenes, like for business stuff and Exceed now getting his new job and things like that. But yeah, I would like to do them in the future. I'd like to do them with community members. I would really love that as well. But I think that I would like to do more cook-alongs on occasion, like every few months, do something. If you guys want to get together and organise something that you want to learn or me step you through, and we could do like a cooking class, can be off stream or on stream, either I'm okay with. But I want it to be something that you guys come to me and tell me what you want to do, because I feel like that will get more engagement. If in the past I've said someone's asked me to do a cupcake cook along or pasta cook along or whatever, and then when it gets to it, no one actually is cooking live or whatever. It's really hard. So if we have people who are engaged who are going to be there and get involved, then that's what I want to do. Molly with guest star Liz. Yeah, that would be amazing. Wouldn't that be great? Who wants to see Liz? No, anyone. Everybody. All right, let me give this to Exceed. All right, so I'm just going to grab a photography background. I think green is pretty cool. I might need to repaint it because it got a little bit messy when it gets wet. Okay. So, move all this out of the way. It's going to get messy up in here. So, this is just an MDF board that I painted and I use it for photography. But we're not doing food anymore. Move over. It's now splash time. Okay. Yeah. So if anyone knows what's it called, it's like this perspex, like clear box, kind of like a tub that people do this in, and it's really fun. It's really, really good that you can have a lot of fun and get messy, but then the water doesn't go everywhere. I think it's called perspex. Have to head out. No worries. Thanks for being here. How's bells? Okay. So move this out the way. So we're going to use, Exceed has done a legendary job, as usual. Now, I've got to figure out how I can get my camera to that side. So I have here my camera, my photography camera, which is a Canon EOS R with an 85mm lens. So it'll be off to the side. Maybe we might be able to do it here, we'll see. And we'll be able to set it up so that you guys can see what it sees, if that makes sense. Okay. One moment. Just set this up because I had to move it from the main setup. All right. Nice. There we go. Cool. So, my idea is to put a background here so that we'll be able to put, let's start with this. Might want to. Okay. Like that. And then have something sitting upright. Can you see the music? I think it's just on a transition. Okay, so just thinking what we do before we get into it. Do you want to go bright, light and bright, or grey? This is the board I painted 2 days ago. This is grey. I think it'll be all right. Nope, no music. Okay. I thought there was going to be music on this. Weird. Okay, so that's the background. Gad, quit sing. But it might have to be like there. We'll see. There we go. It's about to go down. Okay, let's try this. Okay, this is paper, that's the only thing. I don't really want to get it wet. There we go. Something like that. So we'll pause this. Alrighty. I'm very excited and nervous.
My demo, I'm going to be using my Nikon D750. This is a DSLR. I've done this
All right.
shot.
Can you guys hear okay?
Perfect capture. It's exhilarating. It's really fun to share this type of thing on Instagram. I feel like it really adds that. Hi, I'm Tabitha. In this photography class, we are going to be making a splash. I'm going to show you how to throw objects into
Let me see if I
liquid
turn
to
on.
get them to splash just the right way and how to capture it on your camera for best success. It's kind of a mess, but it's really fun to try and create, and once you get that perfect capture, it's exhilarating. It's really fun to share this type of thing on Instagram. I feel like it really adds that in the moment feel to an otherwise stagnant feed. So if you're looking for ways to improve the look of your Instagram feed, or maybe your portfolio, or you're trying to find ways to stand out in the field, this is the class for you. I'm gonna share with you my tips and tricks, best camera settings, great light to make things really sparkle, and how to get it all done by yourself if you are working solo on this project. This class is for intermediate to advanced level photographers. You're gonna need a dedicated camera like a DSLR or mirrorless, something where you have control over the shutter speed and you can take pictures very quickly. I'm going to talk about high-level lighting concepts and how to get this image tuned in just right. We're gonna have a little bit of a scene set up, and I'm gonna show you how to capture it with natural light or artificial lighting. So with all that said, my name is Tabitha. I am a lifestyle, product, and food photographer and a teacher here on Skillshare. I'm really excited to get started shooting, so let's begin.
Alrighty. So, exclamation mark Skillshare if you want to learn more about what we're doing.
Is going to work for you. You will want to use a tripod for this.
So each month we're doing something different. So we've got today and we've got one more stream next month. And we are basically learning, showing you that the platform, there's so many different courses, hobbies, things that you can do. And this is something that I'm passionate about, learning how I can level up my photography and try things I've never done before. It's a bit scary. I thought that we'd do it together. But there's heaps of different stuff. Exclamation mark Skillshare will give you a free month of membership. So you can check it out. You can cancel anytime. It does support, we don't get any monetary kickbacks or anything like that, but it's a tracked link so they can see how that people do sign up. And then we possibly might be able to do more sponsored streams if you guys get involved, which I hope you do. Like I said, you can cancel anytime. It is a great platform for everything and anything. There's so much, there's something for everybody. And last time we did udon noodles, and I thought this would be a bit different. You can see, we can make a mess together. See me get dirty.
I highly recommend a DSLR or mirrorless camera for this photo because we need to capture a burst of images with a high shutter speed. Using a phone is not super helpful. It's possible, and I'll talk more about how to kind of get it to work for you in the next section. But for best success, use your DSLR or your mirrorless camera. They're built for this. You are going to need liquid for the splash. So, I mean, you could do water, but I'm thinking beyond that. We could do juices or wine, hot cocoa, coffee, a bowl of cereal with a splash of milk. Feel free to get
milk would be
creative
cool.
using any kind of liquid that will allow for a splash. Photographing clear liquid and opaque liquid is a little bit different, but we'll get to that in the lighting section. You're gonna need a projectile or a few projectiles, basically something that you can toss into the liquid to get it to splash. Grapes are really easy to find. You can get a whole bundle of them at your grocery store. I found clusters work better than single grapes because a single grape just hits the liquid and makes a small splash, whereas like a bunch of grapes makes a bigger splash. Thinking about surface area when you're picking your objects to toss in is a factor. Ice is a really good thing to use because it tends to go in drinks, so if it ends up in the shot, it makes sense because ice is normally in drinks. You can use things like marbles or dice. You could technically use coins. I like to go for objects that aren't going to ruin whatever I'm shooting. So if I'm making a cup of tea, I want to put stuff in it that I'm still going to be able to drink the tea afterwards. That's just kind of a fun challenge that I like to put on myself. Obviously, do whatever is going to work for you. You will want to use a tripod for this. I cannot imagine trying to get clear shots without a tripod. So if you don't have a tripod, get creative, but Most of you will probably have a tripod. And then lastly, this one's optional, having a second set of hands. If you've got a friend nearby, someone who can jump in and help you out with this shot, it's a little bit easier to have someone dropping the objects and someone else hitting the shutter button, especially if your lens makes it so that you have to be kind of far away. With my shot demo, I'm going to be using a 35mm lens, so I'm going to be pretty close
So
to
she
my
can get
scene,
close.
so
I got 85, so I'm
actually hit the
further away.
shutter and
Okay.
drop my grapes at the same time. You can definitely do this solo, but having a friend around is helpful. It's also fun too, because you can use slow-mo mode on your phone and take some like behind the scenes shots and really kind of make it fun. So other than that, you'll just need your kind of basic scenery options if you use backdrops or incorporating items like books or plants or other things to kind of add a little bit of a story or a mood to your shot as well. You'll see me styling through my shot demo later on. In the next section, I'm going to talk to you all about camera settings.
All right, so I'm just setting my camera up.
I've done the shot with a couple
hello.
of different Sony mirrorless cameras as well, and it always goes
hate
very
that it doesn't-
smoothly. You are going to want to make sure that your camera can
Start at, like,
demo.
the
I'm going to be using my Nikon D750. This is a DSLR. I've done the shot with a couple different Sony mirrorless cameras as well, and it always goes very smoothly. You are going to want to make sure that your camera can do continuous shooting, or finding a way, figuring out how to get your camera to do continuous shooting.
Setting on
this camera, I have to like turn a wheel, set it to CH, which is continuous high, which means it'll take lots of pictures until it runs out of memory space or it tires out. If your camera does have continuous shooting mode, there's going to be a limited number of pictures that it can take in a row before it starts to slow down. So keep that in mind, and I do recommend doing kind of a test session. Throw some grapes into a glass of water till you can figure out your settings and you know confidently what your camera's gonna do before you set up your whole big scene. So as you can hear, mine,
See, I don't know if
it takes maybe like 10 or 12 and then it starts to slow down.
sound like slower than hers, but I've got a new
stats, and it says it's going to get a lot more pictures than you're
I feel like I should be able to do more than that.
You might want to consider using a faster memory card. There's going to be
I have a fast memory
right
card in there.
speed that your memory card is capable of, and so if you're hitting that wall and you're not able to take as many pictures as you want to, consider using a more expensive, higher quality memory card that can keep up with your camera. I'm going to be shooting with a 35mm lens. You can use any lens you're comfortable with. You just have to make sure that you know how far away you're going to have to be from your scene to get the shot. The angle that we're going to be shooting from is about 45 degrees. So we're going to be angled down. You could do straight on, but a lot of the splash happens in the top of the cup, and so I recommend being at 45-degree angles. Flat lay doesn't make a whole lot of sense for this type of photo, but kind of anywhere in that range is going to be perfect. For a proper exposure, there is your shutter speed, your aperture, and your ISO. For this shot, I recommend setting your shutter speed first. You want to use a shutter speed 1/1000 or faster. You can go slower, but you're going to get a little bit of blur in your splash, and it's a less effective photo. I would recommend starting at 1/1000. Experiment with faster shutter speeds if you can, but once you have the shutter speed set, next important is aperture. With my lens, it can go down to 1.4,
stop talking,
so
lady.
that's super wide open, very little in the scene is in focus. And so you kind of have this balancing act where you want to make it easy for your splash to be captured in focus, but also sharp enough to use a shutter speed 1/1000 or faster. You can go slower, but you're going to get a little bit of blur in your splash, and it's a less effective photo. I would recommend starting at 1/1000. Experiment with faster shutter speeds if you can, but once you have the shutter speed set, next important is aperture. With my lens, it can go down to 1.4, so that's super wide open, very little in the scene is in focus. And so you kind of have this balancing act where you want to make it easy for your splash to be captured in focus, but also sharp enough to be frozen in time. And so I found that f2 is as wide open as I feel comfortable going, because I'm more worried that I'm going to miss like that very thin line of focus in the shot, and so doing f2 just gives me a little bit of extra breathing room. Obviously, if you can go f4, you're going to have a lot more success, more of the splash is going to be in focus. I do like the way that an out of focus sharp splash looks in a shot. It kind of looks ethereal. You've got these tiny little dots that are more like orbs. They're bokeh. You've got it forward and backward. It creates a cool mood to the shot. So using those wide apertures is great, especially because you'll probably need it shooting at such a high shutter speed. And then the last thing that I set up is my ISO. So basically picking an ISO that will give you a proper exposure, and it is probably going to be pretty high. I usually recommend shooting at as low of an ISO as you can, but you're going to have to get kind of up there for this shot, especially if you're shooting indoors with a window light. So my ISO was around 1600, sometimes higher, 3200. It really depends on the camera. If you have a newer camera, a lot of times they're better in lower light, and their high ISOs have a lot less noise. Don't be disheartened if your photo looks like it's going to be pretty noisy, because in the editing section, I'm going to show you a few things that you can do to tone down a lot of that noise, doing some noise reduction on the shot. So use those high ISOs. That's what they're for, is for these high speed type shots where we really want that fast shutter speed, and we want to make sure we have an aperture that'll capture it. What you want is to be able to capture a rapid number of shots in a short number of time, because your object is falling, it's going to hit the surface, and it's going to produce a splash. You can get probably 2 different shots from one splash, but it's tricky to catch if you're relying on your camera to do the timing. And so either grab a friend, or if you can hold down your own shutter button while you're dropping, that is another way that I have found to get success for this shot. The last thing that I wanted to mention is when you are positioning your camera, you're going to want to plan for that splash zone. Make sure that you've got enough space above and to the sides of your mug that you're splashing, because if you really just like crop in nice and close, you're gonna miss all of the action in your shot. Let's talk briefly about how to get this shot with a phone. If you don't have another camera to work with and you really are set on making this happen, you are going to need continuous shooting and a high shutter speed. So with continuous shooting, a lot of phones do have a burst mode. I have an iPhone 10, and that's the only phone that I've ever used, so I'm not sure how the other cameras work, but if you
the only phone that she's ever used,
timer and hit the go button, you get a little, it counts down, and then it will do a burst of shots, 10 photos all in a row, which is awesome for this type of picture. You can drop your object and it will take 10 in a row, and then you can choose between your favorites. The problem here is you don't have control over your shutter speed, and so often phones are just designed to create a perfectly exposed scene as best they can. And if you're working indoors, often the shutter speed is a lot lower because it's a lot dimmer of a space. And so you'll see that your camera probably gets only 1/250th of a second of shutter speed. So you'll get a little bit more blur. To avoid this, you can just go outside, go into a brighter scene, get closer to your window. That's going to force your camera to automatically increase the shutter speed for you, and you'll be more likely to get pictures in focus. If you want to have total control over your shutter speed with your phone, I recommend using an app like the Lightroom app. It has a built-in camera, and you can go use that camera, access the manual settings, change your shutter speed to, that 1/1000. The only issue with this is there's not a great burst mode. You can hold down the volume button and it will take a burst, but it seems kind of random. It's not like, it's like, it's just different. It's not what I expected, and so I found it really frustrating to try and get pictures with my phone. If you are determined and you're willing to do a lot of practice and figuring it out, you can definitely make it happen. But again, if you have a DSLR or a mirrorless, or you've got a friend you can borrow one from, that is the route that I would go. And now that we've talked all about camera settings, let's jump into lighting in the next section, and then we will shoot.
Where's she gonna start? She's gonna start at the beginning?
Go ahead and scoot the table so it's closer to the window, so that I main demo with this window light, and then I'll have a follow-up demo where I show you the same thing but with artificial lighting if you're working at night. So I am in a studio space here that is naturally lit, except for my hair light over here. But this is a 1.5 by 4 foot window. It's quite small compared to the big backdoor window or main windows on the main floor of my space. So I have a smaller window, but it's fine because I'm on the south side of my house, and so I get quite a lot of light through these windows. Sometimes it's direct, but right now it's not. So that's coming in through here. I'm gonna go ahead and scoot the table so it's closer to the window so that I get as much light out of this space as possible. The nice thing about working with a slightly smaller light is that you get a little bit more contrast, I feel like. Sometimes when you have a really, really big, expansive light or window, it just fills in all the shadows and you don't get as much drama in the shot as you might want. And so I'm excited to see how this one goes in this space. Another thing that I wanted to mention about the way this window light is I'm gonna set up on this table, and the table allows me to push my object forward so that my light is more behind my subject. So think about where the direction of your light source is when you're planning out your shot, because you're going to want to incorporate side lighting or slightly back. So having it kind of hit your subject from a little bit behind. You could go full back lighting. You'll have to get a higher angle if you do that. But what this will help you do is shine light through any of your sparkle splashes. So if you're shooting with a clear liquid, you're shooting a cocktail or wine or tea like I'll be shooting, you're gonna get light through those sparkles, and it's just gonna add that extra bit of drama to your images. So I don't recommend
that light off.
putting
I've got
your
the
light source
light coming from behind
you
now.
when you're taking
There.
pictures.
He's
Front lighting isn't great. It tends to flatten out your shot. So keep in mind where your setup is.
You don't like this color?
On a table
make it more
and
orange?
turn it so that you're incorporating that side lighting and slightly back lighting a little bit too. So
You don't like yellow?
You can totally use direct light for this if you want to go outside and you got, you know, the sun setting or the first light in the day. I wouldn't say use the sun overhead because your shadows are going to be a little bit messier. Feel free to, you know, get creative and push the envelope a little bit, experiment with different lighting environments. But the best
I don't know if
success
that's
that
any
I've
better.
had is to get really close to my window, make sure that it's slightly behind my subject, and just crank my ISO a little bit, because that's more comfortable for me than going outside and trying to set up and worrying about the wind and if people are watching. I don't know. So yeah, just, you know, be patient with the process and don't be afraid to crank your ISO if you need to, if you're not getting enough light for the shot. That pretty much covers it for lighting. I'm really excited because next we're going to shoot.
Getting wee vibes. Who's wee in orange? I do red, but the darker the color, the less you kind of see through
my
it.
table a little bit closer
I
to
did
my
blue the
light
other day, it was
because if
terrible.
you want a lot more light, more contrast, you got to get closer. So I moved the table closer. This is a kind of a smaller window, but we're on the south side of this house, and so the light that comes in is a little bit brighter, but we do have an overcast day. So I've got this little spill of light on the table. The key here, like I mentioned before, is having your light be at the side or slightly behind if you can, because it's going to make the splashes really sparkle, and that's what we want. So right now I have just set up a very basic version of this set. This is just a clean bamboo table. I've got a small-ish cutting board that boosts up our subject. This is the mug. I went ahead and picked a mug that is not see-through because we're going to be dropping grapes into this and I don't want you to see the ones I've already dropped in there. So it's an opaque mug. That is important. The angle that I'm at here is about 45 degrees, maybe just a tad lower, 30 degrees. I can see the surface of the
Maybe I'll go a bit higher.
and it's going to splash up. So my scene is really basic right now. I'm going to add a few things to make it a little bit more special. So I have this little vase with flowers that looks really cute. I'm shooting hibiscus tea, so it's going to be kind of
I
peachish.
have a
I wanted to play into those
beautiful
pink
oil
tones that I
pour
know
in
are
the
gonna shine
background.
through in the droplets by incorporating some pink flowers. So it's going to be kind of feminine, floral looking. I have a little pile of broken flowers that have fun petals, and I thought that it might be kind of cute.
That's why I thought I
to
bought
do
this, but
some
it's a bit
sort of little
dark.
petals trailing up. These are not hibiscus flowers. These are just ranunculus from a recent bouquet that I shot. So I'm just going to kind of sprinkle those in there, and I'm going to style through my main camera. This is my Nikon D750, and this is what I'm going to be shooting with. I have a Sigma 35mm fixed lens on here. I'm watching through my screen, you know, as I style, so that I'm making sure that everything looks good.
All right, this one's not styled properly, but we're just having some fun with the dropping, okay?
I'm putting the petals on the side toward the light. I practiced this scene beforehand and I had the petals on the shadow side. and I feel like I didn't get to see their true color. So keeping that in mind, which side is your light, and prioritizing your props that way, that can help make your shot look better. Right now they're coming directly out of the corner of my scene, and I don't love that. So I'm gonna just, yep, there we go. Kind of make them cascade.
The lighting
and then
is
I'm going
bad
to
because
take
of
this
the
little bucket.
upstairs.
I had some extra foliage that I thought I could throw in there, but I'm pretty sure if I just place it just off scene, it'll throw some sprigs in the scene without being too distracting. This is going to add some visual depth. We have our midground, which is our subject. We have our background, which is the foliage, the wall, the plants, and then we have a foreground, which will be out of focus. It'll be these foliage pieces kind of reaching
Better
in.
orange?
This is a fun way to layer your scene so that it has lots and lots of depth and drama. We're shooting at f2, which is really wide open. Hardly anything in the scene is going to be in focus, so it's going to be really important that I really nail that focus. I have a few more little pieces I want to use for styling. I'm going to incorporate some actual hibiscus leaves. This is just like a loose leaf tea, and so it's going to kind of help tell that story.
Okay.
I'm going to put that on this side and kind of trail it out. I want it to look intentional, but not super placed. So I'm kind of just trying to make it look effortless, but purposeful.
No, that's not what I wanted.
Awesome. I love that. And then I have some little sugar granules. These are little rock sugar crystals. They might be a little bit too much. So we'll just kind of see. I'm going to put them back here where the light spills.
All right, I want to get more focused on the photos rather than the styling.
That'll work.
Come on, lady.
There we go.
All right, we do ice cubes first? What do you think?
Much. These ones are getting too close to the handle. I want to make sure the handle feels nice and separate.
So I got two different types. We got cube or round ones.
All right. Yeah, I think I actually hate the sugar. I'm just going to take that right out.
Cubes?
I thought it was cute for a second, but it's actually no good. It's a little too distracting. There we go. Sometimes simple is just better. Maybe I'll throw one of these little flowers here.
I think the cubes are going to splash better.
In the shadow. I just got to leave the shadow alone and let
because they'll force out more.
The scene tell the story. Yeah, much better. Okay. All right.
All right, we've got a little bit of splash already.
About this tea bag. No, I think I like the tea bag. If you were doing a branded shot, you would definitely want their little logo in there. So this will be good practice.
Want so dark.
One last thing. So my vase is kind of right on the edge of my shot, and so is this little blurry thing. And I know that I'm probably going to crop this down for Instagram, a 4x5. So if I want that to be in the final photo, I'm going to need to scoot it back so that it drops in my frame. I'm actually going to bring this up, bring that forward. This is just a little minor tweak. I think that'll be better.
I think we need more.
I'm also getting a fun sparkle out of this glass, which is cute.
That's 5,000.
I'm going to clear some space.
All right.
And grab my projectiles. I'm going to be throwing grapes into this tea today.
So I think we'll go with cubes.
Because then I can still drink the tea afterward. For a shot like this, a big cluster does really well.
Back in the freezer.
A single grape does kind of a smaller little splash, but a cluster of grapes is just
I'm so nervous.
And so having
I don't think we need 4. Let's go with
very effective.
3.
Okay. All right, so a few checks that I like to do before I get started is making sure that my exposure is correct. I'm currently set to 1/1000. I'm shooting at f2, and my ISO is 1600. The resulting photo is properly exposed. If anything, maybe it's just a little bit dark, but I'm okay with that. I don't want to increase my ISO anymore, and I don't want to open up my aperture anymore because I really want to maintain good focus. One quick trick that I like to do to make sure that I maintain focus, because the splash is going to happen in the center of the cup and it's not in the shot right now, you need to kind of plan for it. So rather than focusing on the front of the glass or the back of the glass, I like to position the glass handle right in the middle. So this is exactly parallel to where my splash is going to happen. So I'm going to focus right here on this handle.
Nothing.
Hold down my shutter, maintaining my focus, and I'm going to get ready to drop my object. All right,
Okay.
so what I like to do is position my hand above my cup and then raise it up so that it's directly out of the scene but in line, so that when I drop it, it's going to
Like
actually
there.
splash. And then as soon as I let go, I'm going to hit the shutter. And then I'm going to see if I think I got it. Okay, we have a splash, but I think we can do better. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep
All
on
right.
shooting.
Are we going to try? Are you ready? Are we going? So if I do this, it tilts it. Everyone tilt your head. So we're going to stay there. Okay? All right, you ready? Ready? Let's see what come out. Oh, hey! Oh my God. Hey, that's really cool. Look at that. That's so dope. Look at the splash. Damn. Which one do you guys like better? So there's 1, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll go, I think 1, yeah? So obviously because it's one big cube, it's creating a really big splash like that. That's why I think sometimes the small, like numerous smaller ones are better. 2 is cool too. Do we think the focus is okay? The focus point? Should we go again? Let's go again. All right. Do we clean up? Yeah, let's clean up a bit. That's what I said, it gets messy. It's a messy. And then I thought we could try, maybe milk. Crack the ice for some, like use crushed ice, different pieces, yeah. And we've got, I'm interested to see what the difference is between this cube, that have more surface area because it's coming in contact with like a flat surface compared to the round bowl, like it'll change the shape of the actual splash. I don't know if it's my settings because, or like what I've got it set at. I should be able to maybe do more shots per second. All right. Now I've moved everything, I gotta get it back to how it was. All right. Ideally, I'd like to put something there, just so that what did that look like? Yeah, just so that you could like, look a bit better when it splashes. Okay, so I want some cubes like they're looking like they're melting, maybe. Do some more water. Okay, we'll do one more of this. I think we change colour and then go. I don't know if it should go up to the brim. Okay. So we'll check our focus point. So we want like that. That's pretty good. So it's the back. I might just want to go like that. So I've got it in manual focus. so that I can just make sure that it's in the right place. Last time I did this, I did it autofocus, but I thought I'd try something different. All right, you ready? I need some hype in the chat. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. Boo, 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 boo. So nervous. Okay. Are you ready? Thank you. Exclamation mark, Skillshare. Sign up, get involved. Ready? That one was a little bit lower. What do we think? Oh, that's pretty cool. Hey, look at that. That's dope. Look at, oh, beautiful. Bang. It's like before the crime, during the crime, after the crime. How cool. So let's try again with the round. Because see how it makes a huge splash, but it's like, it's really wide because it's taking up so much space. So I want to try, I'm not going to clean up because I'm going to be cleaning up the whole day if I care that much. Let's try the bowl, okay? Ready? We should try it with glitter. Do you reckon I should put some glitter in there? All right, you ready? No, that was pretty shit. That was a really... I wonder if round ice will focus it more up than out. Well, that was crap. That did nothing. Romy! Ready? Apparently no. That's it. That's all we got. What the heck? Yeah, so it is definitely going up like higher, Margot, definitely higher up. But I think that it just, the water comes up over the sides and there's less kind of pushed out. Maybe we try 2. I don't know if this is going to work, if 2 of them will fit in the glass. 2 round ones. 2 spheres. Spheres. All right. Ready. I don't think that did anything. Anything exciting. Oh, that's pretty cool. So that's what we got. I think that was, yeah, I think a smaller cube. Yeah. I told you it would get messy. That's nice. Thank you. All right, this is like a handful of small cubes. Ready? Maybe one with a cube already in there. All right, we'll try this. Ready? Oh, that's cool. Oh, I think that's my favorite. What do you think? Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. What do we think? Nice. See, I think that the orange worked well with the green. What should we do next? Shall we do milk? I'm really interested in milk. What would you do, like cereal? And I've got all this ice that I don't want to melt. Okay. So that is multiple cubes. Okay, these are all multiple cubes. Then we've got the big cube. The blur between the background, backdrops in the background. Oh, like here, you think this blur is distracting? Like, you think there should be no background? Is that what you mean? Milk, what about like chocolate chips in milk? You need something that's got some like heftiness to it. So there's that one there. That's like splaying outwards. So we'll go back. So multiple, there's that version. I think I like that one the best. Or that. And then we've got the cubes. That one's pretty cool. But definitely the like large cubes make the biggest splash. Hold on. Take so many pictures. Like, look at that. That's crazy. Tricking your eye to think that it's out of focus. I get you. So you think that like none. I get you. That's really cool. I really like that one. That is really cool. So the light's coming through it from behind. I get you, Margot. You guys got a favorite so far? Are you preferring the big cubes, the spheres, or the little cubes? But see how the light is like going through that so much more compared to when I put the board behind. See how there's so much light being blocked? Like if you compare that compared to like that, the reflections of the light from the different light sources, the reflections of the liquid, with the different light sources. So I think what I want to do is try this one more time. I think we might need to top it. We'll see. Oh, that was a good one, I think. That one felt like a good one. Oh, look at that! Wow. Wow. That is cool. Look at that. That's epic. It's like something's trying to it just reminds me of, what's the, Venom? You know how like the slime, just tries to get out? That's what it reminds me of. Oh, that's really cool as well, where it's it's hit the ground and the opposite force is going upwards. That's pretty cool. Okay. I think we do a set change. What color, if we're gonna go milk, what color do you think background? Put the ice back in the freezer. Let me tidy up. Do that. Blue? Let's see if I have a blue background. Any other color? What's your second guess? What's your second pick? Margot? Oh God. Red. What about pink? I got pink. Is pink okay? Yeah. So what's happening with the white background is, because there's a light source, I've got two Elgato key lights behind here, one directly to the right now in front of me and then one to the right. So it's blocking that light from coming behind. So it's not going to be able to transfer through, and that gives it that multi-dimension. So with this type of photography, multi-light sources or a larger light source is good. Whereas in normal photography, you kind of want to control the light a bit more. and like I wouldn't have top lights on as well as side lights. Whereas here it seems to be quite beneficial. All right, we'll just say pink, 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 pink. I need to figure out a sealer because these are painted MDF boards with just like sample pots, and so I need to be able to find a way of sealing them because the paint is water based, and so if I keep rubbing it, it'll probably come off. All right, so that's the background we've got this time. Is that okay? We've got a lighter side and a darker side. Let's go here. Like that. So, what's that sticky? Okay, so milk. What are we gonna toss in the milk? A projectile that's kinda goes with milk, a bit heavier. I don't think I've got any cool cereal. Oh, you'd be really cool, like cookies, like chocolate cookies. I got choc chips. But you want something heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. A piece of chocolate. Oh, yeah. And then I can eat it. Here we go. Similar type of glass. Should we change up the glassware? What would make a nice splash? Ooh, like a martini glass? Too high, maybe? Do you think I'll be able to get it past Exceed? Be like, hey, I need to buy some more glassware. And he'll be like, why? Because I need to take more food splash photos and they need to be lowered to the ground. Oh, do you know what would be really good? Coffee, iced coffee. So that you can also capture like we could do a pouring shot instead of doing a splash per se. We could do like the layers of like the coffee and like pouring. So we could do like the coffee syrup at the bottom, milk, and then dropping the ice or would make it separate, and that would be really cool. Ooh. How would we create those little separate layers? I would need like a thicker syrup, a frothy rim too. Okay, so milk. I don't want to waste milk, so it needs to be good to be drinkable. We need more milk than that. Okay, so you reckon frothy, like frothy as in like frothed milk? Wake up, we need to make money. Okay. So what I'm thinking is getting this coffee syrup that's kind of thick, putting it at the bottom, then using a spoon, pouring the milk on top so they kind of try not to like get them to mix, and then dropping ice blocks. Do you think that'll work? We can only try. Oh, my earbuds have turned off. Both of them are flat. Damn it. Guys, I think I did it. Oh my God. I think we did it. Oh, hold on. There. Check this out. Right. Way too dark because the light's not going to come through it this time the same way it did last time. Okay, so I think I need to change my ISO settings. So I did ISO speed settings. There we go. Why are you making it so dark? 4,000? Okay. You won't hurt with the milk carton in the back. Yeah? Throw it like that. Because I don't want to block so much light, that's all. Okay. Oh my God. So we're going to tilt it up like this. So imagine hello. Hello. There we go. So I'll just get it to focus on my hand. I think that's been successful before. Okay. Why is it so dark? Why are you metering like that? So I don't know the settings with my camera, but when I turn the put the HDMI cable in, it doesn't. It disables the screen, so I can't use it. It's very annoying. HDMI playback. Where is it? Yeah, so I don't know why. Anyway, okay, so let's. If I take a shot of that now, what does it look like? What I'm thinking. Yeah, see, it's 2,500, so I'm going to try and set it to 2,500. All right. Might go a bit higher. Yeah, I think that's good. It's well balanced. There we go. Are you ready, chat? So, the problem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a test shot to see what milk. Before we do, we're going to be smart here. So we only got one shot of using this milk and the coffee. So I want to work smart, not harder. Okay, so like that. That's what it will look like. And I just want to take a test shot. What cubes do we want to use? Do we want to use one big cube, lots of little cubes, or the sphere? What do we think? Some coffee beans just to make it a bit on theme. This is so much fun. You guys enjoying it? Try them all. Like ideally you would have your light here, and I would not have, like I would put a background here so it looks a bit better. I feel like it's a bit dark. That looks all right. Okay, are we ready? So let's do sphere first. Ready? Oh, I didn't break the glass, did I? No. Okay, how did that turn out? I don't know if that was good. Oh, that's pretty cool. Hey, look at that. I can play with the f-stop, yeah. So what am I at the moment? I'm sitting at 2.8. I think I might move it a bit more. Go a bit, yeah. Just a little bit more in focus. I might even go to 3.5. So I might increase my ISO. So that's at 6.5. Might even go a little bit higher. Okay. Are you ready? Let's go again. So oh, look at that. That's all we got. That and that. What is that? Oh, they're brownies? You gotta tilt your head the other way. That's the brownie shot. Looks really like super creepy. Especially those two. I might delete them because they're a bit weird. It's like an alien or something. There we go. All right. So that's that. Now let's go with the big cube, okay? So make sure it's in focus. See, I think we'll play with our focus a bit more. There we go. Ready? Are you ready? That's pretty cool. See, it goes from there to there. There, not there. There, not there. That's a good one. I think increasing the f-stop, just opening it, opening it up? No, narrowing it down so you get a bigger depth of field. We're 3.5. Before we were 2.8. Yeah, so I think it's better. Stop going to the brownies, making me hungry. I can actually drop brownies in there. Oh my God, I've got some brownies. Should we drop some brownies instead? Let's drop a brownie. Do it! It's not too messy. It's okay. All right, let me cut these brownies up. See, I thought this would be a fun thing to do together. So these are cream cheese brownies. Cream cheese walnut. Probably my favorite. Oh, I like raspberry as well. It's my favorite toppings. What do you guys like in brownies? It's for science. Okay. One or two? I just dropped the brownie tin on the floor. Luckily, only crumbs, but the dogs will eat it. Okay. I'm just thinking, maybe more milk. I'm going to put water in here. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might just add some water because I don't want to waste too much milk, especially because we're going to do the coffee drop as well. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't look too watery. Are we ready? We're ready, chat. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to double stack the brownies like that, okay? Are we ready? Oh, I did the side! Let's have a look. Oh, that's really cool. It hit the side because I was too far towards. That's super cool. I reckon I could edit this down to make the photos look even better. Not bad, not bad. Should we go again? They're a bit gross. Ready? Oh, that would have been cool if we were at a higher angle and we could see in there a bit better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe even higher, but we'll see there. There we go. Ready. Oh, hey, look at that. That's pretty cool. We need to get even higher, kind of like a more of a top-down shot. Where's the thing? Pick up. There we go. The mix of the milk and the water, let it splash that little. Yeah. And I think also the water like breaks up the milk to make it not look as. I'm a bit nervous about getting too close because there's only like that much gap between the cup and the bench, end of the bench, so it will splash onto the floor. Yeah, I think that the water has like broken up so it's not so milky, like cloudy. Does that make sense? All right, so we kind of want like a focus there, right? Maybe even like here. There? Yeah, okay. Maybe top up with some liquid. Okay. Well, let's get ready to drop. Okay. Okay, that brownie is out for the count. It's crumbly. Okay. AFK gonna make brownies. Ready? a good one. I'm gonna have to mop my floor. I've got guests coming tomorrow. Oh, that would have been so cool to get from above. I need to get higher. Ooh. Maybe I can use my Elgato mount. Hold on, we'll try this. That's so cool. All right. Okay. So, this brownie is staying very good. Okay. You're gonna be doing this for hours now. Yeah, I'm not one of those. If I get into something, like, I'll do it for a while, but I'm not obsessive. I don't know. Well, there's sometimes where, like, I really struggle to get in the zone of creative, like, and I'll hate. Exceed says that I go through this creative process of where I have to hit rock bottom. I really hate all my photos, and they're really, everything sucks, and I can't do it right. And then I'll, like, sit down and I'll, like, just go over it, and then something, like, clicks. But it takes me a long time. I wish I could go from there to here and get the creative process a lot easier. But sometimes it takes me ages to be able to, like, get in the creative, the rut. And then so usually I have, like, a gin and tonic or something, and then my juices get flowing, my creative juices, and then I work my way back up because I hit rock bottom. But yeah, it's a bit funny. Okay, are you ready, guys? Are you ready? So, brownie. We're gonna focus. Where do we? Because we want it to kind of, like, focus when it hits the water, right? So, like, somewhere kind of like, we might need to go even wider. Okay, ready? This is really hard now because it's really hard for me to touch the shutter button. It's, like, awkward. Ready? How do we go? Oh, see, we still need to be above, but that's really cool. Maybe if I tilt the brown, is the brownie still in there? Yeah. All right, maybe if I tilt the brownie more that way. Okay. That's still there, yep. I'm gonna just tilt that there. Nah, guys, my floor's already messy. Let's just do this. Okay. This is so good. I just want a really good shot that we can then edit, okay? Ready? Oh, please, 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 please. I got milk on my floor. Oh, look at that. Oh, it didn't hit the way I wanted it to. It hit down. I wanted to, hold on. I'll do it again. Needed more milk, I think. I didn't think we got a good splash. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. It needs more milk. Oh, God. Okay. I think that's very cool. So let's clean up, and then we're going to do the coffee one. I think we're done with the brownies. I think the brownies are all ready to go in the bin. So we've got that one there. Let's go through them. That one. Look at that bubble, huge air bubble. That's cool if it was just more surface area. I really like that one. Just if we were just a bit more overhead. Someone will have to eat those poor brownies. You guys, you can come and have them if you want. They're probably just going in the bin. Like you can see how this is why, like with photos and things, how when I do photos, like I quote, because it's a lot of replication. You get a lot of through ingredients and products and stuff. I like that one. I think that's pretty cool. That one's cool as well. Oh, I like that you can see there's like drops because see that the surface of the milk is already broken and it's got drops because we're dropping the wet brownies in there. Can you see? Oh, I like that one. I think that's cool. That's the first brownie because it hit the side. I think that's one of my favorite. I think that it should edit up nicely. Oh, I like that. I feel like that is my favorite splash shot today. And then that's my favorite milk. I don't know. That's pretty cool. Do you have a corded sink cable? I have one, but I don't really like it very much. It's really hard to press. Like it's very awkward. And I haven't used it with high motion. I'll show you it. I'll go and get it. But it's very awkward. The button, I use it for single shots. I've never used it for anything like this because it's a bit awkward. Okay, brownies. I think we will have to use a different background. The pink. The water sitting here is no good. We need to find a sealer to seal these. Okay. I'm gonna stay. Oh. We did it. There we go. The surface is very milky. Does anyone have note of like a trigger that they recommend? Or a remote trigger? Like a... If you're joining us, you're wondering what we're doing this course by Tabitha Park, I think her name is, on Skillshare. We're showing you some of the awesome stuff that is available on Skillshare, things that I would have never thought to do until I saw this. I'd seen her course a few months ago, so I tried to do a drop-in shot before I did this course with you guys. You might have seen it on Discord. But there's things from like learning basics of photography, taking better phone photos. You don't get triggered by emotes. Okay, maybe this one. Use grey. There we go. I think that will be fun. So we've got one shot for this. Do we do high or do we do like, because you want to see this, like the layers coming together, I think. So I feel like we want to do a lower shot here. Don't worry, you trigger a lot of my emotions too, Cad. I have a programmable remote that I use for astrophotography. It was only cheap, but I think that would work for, yeah, like it holding down like a continuous shot. Okay. I think that's good because I'll get it to like focus there. change the... Looks like it's on an angle. Like that. So imagine your ice has fallen from about there. Do we think more higher ISO? Do you think you need more focus? Do we stay at this angle or do we go higher or lower? What do we think? So that's where it is now. Any changes, any tweaks? So we're at 3.5. I think f-stop's 3.5. And we're going to drop in cubes of, like small blocks of ice. I think will give the best, like an iced coffee. I feel like I kind of want to go straight on so that you can see more, like there's more focus on the layers. Move this out of the way. Oh. So like if we were there, for instance, you could get a really cool shot, maybe even further back. Hey Jay Fry, how you doing?
Say cheese cocktail.
Welcome in. Thank you for your raise up 59 months. That's insane. How you been? What can I get you for your ingredient for the mystery box? Okay. So I think that's 8,000. So we'll see that. Do you think it needs to be brighter? Yeah, I think brighter. That's 8,000. There's no clipping. No. Okay. So you don't want to go too high ISO because then you get noise and you get graininess. But for this, like, I would never use this high ISO, like if I was shooting for a client or myself or website or whatever, I would increase the lighting, but I can't really do that with the stream setup. All right. Do you think we're ready to go? So the focus point is here. I think we set up the shot a bit better with some coffee beans. Like that. Where's those big cubes? Oh, we could do like a little milk jug in the background. Little milk jug, a big milk jug. The texture in your base. Oh, thank you. I painted this myself. That. So that's pretty cool. And then we'll splash. We got some ice blocks like here. What do we think? Is that all right? So some iced coffee. Oh my God, I'm a bit nervous. Tamara, thank you for 10 months. Looking sick, Molly. Happy 10 months. Happy 10 months to you. Thank you for being a part of the community. I really appreciate it.
10 months,
Thank
Mrs.
you
Molly
for
Cookie
watching
Heart.
along, lurking along. I think this necessary. Looks like a barista table. Oh, you know what just reminded me? We could do like Is that live view? Get rid of this, I think. The white behind the back glass. Yeah. This one here, Shock Valley, that one. I agree. Do we think it needs anything? Like, is that over styled? I don't know about the foreground ice. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Does the ice make sense? I see ya. Okay. Are you ready? The sweat beads, yeah, I like that. I don't want the wet here though on the bench. Okay. Are you ready? I don't know if I should go lower. Nah. Higher or lower or none? Oh my God. This is where I would love to have a second camera so I could like put one on top as well. But we're just practicing. Okay, so I'm gonna a handful of ice. Are you ready? So just making sure the focus point is set. So the focus point is like, ooh, maybe a bit that, like maybe it's, I feel like it should be more there. Green, there we go. You'd say up a bit higher. There we go. I think we're gonna go for it. Are you ready? I just want to be able to drop it all in one go. Maybe too much ice. This is where I need someone or an assistant. It'd be good if the ice. Okay, ready? No, don't drop. Oh! right, ready? Hell, it didn't separate, but I think it's still pretty good. That's dope. Dang. Look at that. That's really cool. Oh my goodness. That's really cool. So, do you think that the focus point is in the right place? I know everyone's going to have to crane their neck. All right, you're going to have to turn your neck to the side. But do you think that focus point is in the right position? Do you think it should be a bit more forward? Like that's one before and that's after. All right, let's go again because it hasn't really separated. So there we go. I like it. All right. Should we take the ice out? I was really hoping for. I'm gonna do one big block, guys. I'm gonna do one big block. I don't know if I gotta look at my settings because I'm surely I should be able to do better, but that's me holding my finger down. It says I should be able to do like 8 shots per second, but I don't know. I haven't looked at it. It's on continuous high shooting, but I don't know if my other settings are playing. If anyone knows what settings I should be looking at, because I am just learning. Didn't see 8 per second, right? I've got a high write speed SD card in there because I've got a brand new SD card. Okay. I think I'm going to move it back a bit. There. Okay, so we're going to top it up with milk again, and I'm going to drop a big block in there this time. Maybe the ISO can't expose fast enough. Hold on. Why is that my shutter speed gone down to 6? Oh, I think maybe that was my fault. Hold on. Should be on 1,000. There we go. So shutter speed is fast enough, so it's not showing motion blur. So it could have been, the last shot could have been better because I accidentally hit the shutter speed, so it turned it down. So it didn't seem that there's much motion blur there. It looks okay. But what I'm thinking, I turned off silent shooting, like silent shutter mode, and that increased the shots per second. But I have to look into it. It is an ESO R with an 85mm lens. So yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you for your help. I'm trying not to step in all the brownie batter. Okay, so we need more milk and we need bigger ice blocks. Okay, big ice block procured. Now, milk, we need a spoon. F-stop, the biggest factor in shutter speed? No, the shutter speed. So ISO is showing the amount, your f-stop is the amount of light being let in. Shutter speed is how fast, so if you see 1/1000, that is saying like how fast the shutter is closing. That's how much light's getting let in. And then ISO is like the compensation for, you increase your ISO to then allow more, to boost up, like to boost the more light in the shot. But you don't want to go too high with your ISO because then it causes graininess. Yeah, so there is a formula. So I always forget. I don't know, I'm learning photography. I'm not as confident with it as I am with cooking. Your aperture is the relation, the triangle between your shutter speed, your ISO, and your f-stop. But that possibly the ISO, yeah, I have to look into it. Definitely, Jeffro. If anyone knows, please teach us. It's one of those things that, you know how when you're learning something, you learn it and you know it, but it's like you're not at that level where you can teach it or you can like put it into words. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. A lot of hits and misses, that's it. All right, so we've got this big cube. We're gonna go there. Are we ready? I think this will be really cool. Get some more. Pop. There we go. Just take a test shot. How do we look? Looks right. What's this spoon? Get that spoon out of the way. Okay. Ready? Increasing your f-stop will also give you a larger focal range. I don't know if that's what you want. No, so yeah, I was at 2.8 before, and I think 3.5 worked out pretty well. You can tell me, what do you guys think? Do you think we need more focus in here? I think the splash was pretty contained, and it is hard for me to see compared to you guys because I am 2 meters, about like 6 or 7 feet away from the camera, from the screen, so I can't really see as well. But today is just, we're not having too much focus on like getting it right. We're just having some fun. But we can increase the f-stop, but then we have to increase the ISO. Do you know the aperture diameter? I don't know. You can always tweak it and see how it looks. Yeah. Aperture diameter. Hey, M. Potzler. We've taken some really cool pictures so far. All right, you ready, guys? So we're just making sure we're in focus there. Oh, look at that. Oh, no. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, let's see. All right, so what have I done? What have I changed to make? So we've got 1/1000. ISO is at 12,000. If we decrease the aperture, makes it brighter, but then we can decrease the ISO. We are further back as well, which is good. So I can... Let's go here. All right. So I want to go up a little bit, maybe. Slippery. It's not mixing as much as I was expecting. I thought that the brown coffee syrup at the bottom would separate when we dropped it, but maybe it's not heavy enough. Okay. All right. Yeah, it is staying put. Ready? How's that look? What do we get from that? Hey, that's pretty cool. See, I don't like. I should be able to get more images than that. So that's pretty cool, but how do we get a higher rate? Because if I take maybe my stabilization, what do you think? Did it go down? Oh, it did. 800. Interesting. Oh, I think that was maybe me. I hit it again. I did. Because I was playing around with the aperture. Sorry, I was playing around with the f-stop and I hit. Because I'm so used to changing the shutter speed when I take photos that I just did it and I didn't go back and look at it. Yeah, okay. I think this will be the last one. We'll take one more. We don't do a big one, we're going to do a little one. Handful of little ones again. You ready? So it should be in focus around there. Oh, okay. I don't think that one. Damn it. You just got that and that's it. So that I don't get any motion blur. So it's taking the shot really, like the shutter is closing really quickly so that I get a really quick snapshot in time. So possibly if I do a slower shutter speed, then I'll get more motion blur, but maybe more images. Is that what you're thinking, Jeffrey? Because in the video we watched, like that's just below, she was saying she likes to do 1/1000. Yeah. So like that, I got more, see, I've got more images. Maybe, did I? I don't know if I did. I don't think it, yeah, see there's that. But there'd possibly be more motion blur. That's pretty cool. I like that one. that one makes me laugh so much because it's like a really ugly drop. Like it's very, yeah, very cursed. It just looked like there's a whole lot of shit going on there. Like this is like nice and neat, or like this one's nice and neat, and then it just goes like crazy. So let's look over all the ones we've taken today. There's that one. I think that's one of my favorite. I really like that. That was the first attempt. I'm excited to edit that and see how it comes out and maybe post that. What else did we do? We took some test shots. So it's definitely something that I want to get better at and figuring out how we can do it better and what like settings I need to do to impact. I really think that is cool. I think that if it was a bit brighter, maybe I have to look at, see if we can brighten it up and see how that will edit. But I think that that's really cool how it's splaying out all of the milk, and you can see the, fix it in post, yep. See how there's like a shadow because the camera's like more over it and my hand is over it as well. There's more of a shadow, so I don't really love that. But that was pretty cool. That, I like that one as well. I think it would be better if there wasn't any milk in the background, but like I said, it's a lot of cleanup. There, it's pretty ugly, pretty messy. If I was rotating and saw that from like more to the left-hand side, would be really cool. It's kind of getting blocked. Shot of tested drying off after a dip. Yeah, that's a good one. I should try that. That's cool. I'm interested in the process now. Yeah? Isn't it so fun, the things that you can do? Like different opportunities that I love. You know, and like I said, I'd never picked up a camera before. It's been about 3 years, like just before First Things First, I started learning photography. I'd always wanted to at school, but I never got the opportunity to. I love that. I love that. That's really pretty. I just love the drops of milk, like of this suspended in the air. Because that's the ability to like freeze action. Like a lava lamp, yeah, look at that. Blop, blop. That's the little ice cubes, little damage. That was I'm pretty sure that was the round ice cube, right? The difference on the shots. Look at that. I love that. That was really cool. That was the round. Yes. Cool. Amazing. I really love that. Just how the light comes through. Just kind of looks like glass, doesn't it? Do sports photography back in the 90s and early 2000s. But back then I couldn't jump from... Oh, really? Yeah, wow. Hubangle, you'd be so knowledgeable. I'd love to pick your brain in Discord. Have you got into digital yourself now? Looks like glass is extended, yeah. So that's the difference of, see how this has a background, like a white background blocking the light compared to that? Just the difference of like the light come through compared to here where it's blocked. Just the difference of light being able to permeate through the background from behind. Like the shots still look pretty cool. Like that looks pretty dope, but you just don't get as much light coming through from behind. But you do block out the background. So that's why it's the difference when you're taking photos with your phone, maybe you go to a restaurant, or you taking photos, you know, of your family and friends or food. Move around. That's the great thing about with your phone, is move around the table or get different lighting, because it will really change the mood and the ability for, like with food photography, side lighting or slightly from behind is really great, because it allows, especially from behind, backlighting, allows you to see texture. The light comes through and your eye can see the texture and picks up the nooks and crannies and things, and that's really amazing. There's a huge difference between the difference in the digital process nowadays, really. So from how it used to be when the changeover from film to digital, it's a whole lot easier, I assume. You know, I feel very blessed, very lucky I remember film when we were kids, but I never really did much of it. And like learning digital as it is now. Oh, thank you, Hubangle. I appreciate that. Getting there, always trying to improve. So I think we got a few cool shots. That's really cool. I think it's fabulous. There's ones where you just wish you could see it from a different angle, but I like that, just seeing the ice, bang. There it is. That's what it did. Yeah, that's cool. I just love light. I love learning about light and reflections and how it just, that reminds me of like, I wish that I took a photo of like whiskey and the reflections of whiskey and how that makes you, a glass of whiskey with a single ice cube and how the light can permeate through that and how just moody it can be. I like that as well. That's crazy. Like it just like reminds you of chaos. Some are more controlled like that. See, I don't know, the settings here, like that's one drop. I got to look at my settings, what they were here, because I was getting a lot more. Maybe my memory card is filling up. I don't know, but see, like that is in one lot. Having my finger on the shutter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like way more shots taken there. So I have to look in what's happening. Remember learning how a straw gets bent in a glass of water as a kid? Yeah, like is it reflection and refraction? Yeah, that's it. That's how we started. Do you guys prefer the clear liquid or do you like the milk? That's just so stunning to me. Just goes from amazing. And then a cleanup. I think they have their pluses and minuses. Achievement unlocked: fried sunny side eggs in a cast iron skillet. Look at you. Amazing. All right, I'm going to actually... Can I drink this? Yeah, this one's okay. Just the one with the other milk glass had chunks of brownie in it. I think this one's okay. Yes, maybe you discard the unusable shots to free up that space. Yeah. Yeah, I have to figure out. It'd be hard to like go back and just delete 6, keep going. It'd be a tedious process, but. Nice iced coffee. Now I'm going to clean all this up. Do you guys enjoy that? I think the courses are so cool. The ability to be able to do stuff that and once you pay for a membership, there's so much you can do in that month. So if you sign up, you can get a free month, check out a few things, and do courses that take. This was, I think, an hour. I think this course all up. I have to see. But there's stuff like learning, new skills in Excel. There's stuff in web development, SEO, so like things for the website I'm learning. So I've got multiple going on at once, and I'm bookmarking as well. So if you would like to join up, it's 1 free month of membership included in that link, and then you can cancel at any time if it's not for you within the month. Go ahead and cancel it without being charged, and hopefully you can learn something in that month. You can do something that and I want to hear about it, what you've done. There's productivity. There's the ones that I talk about all the time. It's like productivity, because I love the productivity courses on there. There's, what am I doing at the moment? So we did the udon noodles last month. If you have any suggestions of what you'd like to do for next month, let me know. If you want to do something photography based or cooking, something completely different, we could do like a sit down and do a productivity course, or something that's a bit, oh God, this mat is so wet. I could clean it off. But yeah, have a look on there. The link is tracked, so the more people who have sign up, you can, like I said, you can cancel at any time. But the more people sign up, the more likely possibility of the getting another future sponsor stream in, towards the end of the year or whatever, because they're like, oh, the Molly community are engaged. But I never want to pressure anyone. It's a little bit of fun. There's cooking stuff. So we did udon noodles. We've done, what was the first month we did? So this is our third sponsor stream, and we have one more month. I forget. We did udon noodles. We've done this. Oh my goodness. I totally forgot. Do you feel Skillshare courses are better than what you can learn on YouTube? I think it's dependent on who you vibe with. The YouTube videos are very segmented, so you have to get a lot of watch like a lot of them, whereas these are a lot of the Skillshare courses are courses, and they teach you a specific skill, and they go through that. They might be 20 minutes, they might be 30 minutes. Like, of course, there's heaps of free resources, but the Skillshare ones are a bit more tailored, and that's what I found that I've enjoyed, where I know that I'm going to be a little bit more educational, and you're going to be like handheld to some degree, but you can scroll through and scrub through and whatnot. For my resub, can I have mayonnaise added to my Fiesta jar? Yes, you can, of course. Of course. And for those who haven't, Roselli usually has a list, but if you haven't given me an ingredient, please give it to me now. You should learn how to play a keyboard. You mean like the piano keyboard? Does anyone want to buy me a keyboard to learn on? Sure. It makes sense. I made fondant potatoes the other night, and it took me like 12 different YouTube videos to get me there. Damn! How did they turn out in the end? I hope they were all good. Yeah, I think that's why I like to use a lot of different platforms and a lot of different resources, because someone that I use for food photography does YouTube, the Bite Shot, and it's amazing, but a lot of it's very segregated, where she now does a dedicated course, and which I would love to do. It's out of my price range, but it's called Artificial Academy, and it's very like handheld. There's a lot of resources in one. It's a paid course, and so I think that a lot of the free stuff is there, and it will only get you so far. If you want to really go further, I think that there's a lot of courses that you can do that are dedicated. Oh, these are really sticky. You know what I mean? It'll just take time. You can get there, like by using YouTube and stuff, but it'll just take a lot more time. They're good, but I made the mistake of using chicken schmaltz, which had things in it that wanted to. Oh, yeah. Okay. Chicken stock the night before. Look at you. All right, I think these will need to be properly scrubbed. And we're gonna have to find a sealer. If anyone knows painting, knows of a sealer that I can use. So, exclamation mark, Skillshare, if you want to learn more about it. Splash photography, day 2, jazz piano, day 3, juggling. Juggling would be pretty fun. I don't know if I could do it in the kitchen. That is very strong. Needs more milk. Oh my God. I'm going to get Kevin to come and vacuum. Kevin is our remote vacuum, like robot vacuum. And then he can mop and maybe hopefully pick up all the smushed brownie pieces. So we followed her video on artificial light. But there's artificial and there's daylight. But we were doing everything. Then she goes into editing, but I don't think we need to go into that. How to get along with the puppers? He's okay. Romeo's not scared of him, and Romeo let him hit him and move around him. Rome's very...
and that puts my cup of tea
Sorry, Romeo's very obnoxious sometimes, where Chester gets a little bit scared if Kevin gets close. Runs over his tail or whatever, Chester shoots himself. But yeah. Oh my goodness. So, I have a guest. Exceed and I have a guest we're picking up in 24 hours. So she's flying from East Coast USA to here, and we'll pick her up in the next 24 hours. I don't know exactly what time that she comes in, but yes. She might be on stream, and we'll wait, play it by ear, but we're gonna make some yummy food on next stream. We're gonna make garlic and rosemary no-knead bread. A streamer too? No. I don't want to say too much about, like, obviously privacy. She's coming to see us. She's the daughter of Cal. You guys know Jewel of Cal. Her beautiful daughter Nicole is coming to stay with us, and we're going to show her around Australia, show her around Perth, and we will be streaming. I think it's Monday and Wednesday next week. Because there's one day we're gonna go up to Perth and we're gonna go do some stuff, show her around, and then she flies out on Friday. So this time next week she flies to another state. You're gonna go to the Roo. Oh, maybe take her to see some roos. Yeah, I think Molly's still banned from petting. I didn't get banned. The kangaroo was laying in the sun and he let me pat him. I was streaming, we were IRL streaming. He let me pat him, so I pet him. And then I got told off. The lady was like, please don't, she got really stroppy at me. She was like, please don't pet the animals. I'm like, dude, he looks like he's enjoying it. That's so funny because we know you would have never done that if you knew. And what are you saying? I'm not a rule that I'm like a law-abiding citizen, and I'm not a rule breaker. Oh, J Fry. What are you saying? I'm a goody two shoes. Huh? What you saying? Guys, we made risotto. I'm so good. So good. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You don't know me then. I'm not going to say I'm a rule breaker, but, some rules apply to you and some rules apply to me. Kidding. No, my mum is the biggest rule breaker. You think she's all prim and proper and she's not. She's naughty. Look at this. It doesn't. I'm not going to show you close up. It's a bit dry. But this is the risotto. My wife would wait for a stoplight if she was the last person on the planet. Really? She's a good woman. Okay. so good. Yeah, had 45 miles an hour compared to 45 kilometers an hour. I have to say, getting
You've
pulled
got
over
mail.
by an American cop is so much scarier than getting pulled over by an Australian cop. I still shit myself at both. I've only been pulled over once in Australia, and that was because my headlights in my original old car, you got in and you had to turn the lights on, like there were no automatic lights. So you would have like parking lights, and then you'd have to flick them on to auto or like on. And so I was a student nurse leaving the hospital multi-story car park, pulled out, and because it was so bright, I didn't think to turn my lights on. Pulled out, got around the corner, got pulled over. It was like 10 o'clock at night. It was after a night shift maybe. It was like 7 o'clock because it was still light. It was still dark. So maybe it was like 10 o'clock after an afternoon shift. I was in my nursing scrubs, student nursing scrubs. He put down the window. He asked me if I'd been drinking, and I was like, no, I'm a student nurse. And then he changed. He told me that my lights are off. I was like peeing my pants. I was so nervous because one, it was the dark. There was no one around as well. And, you know, it was scary. But then the American cop, he was scarier because we were in the middle of nowhere. It was the day, Exceed and I were in like an RV camper van, and he had all these lights, and he was walking up, and he just looked so polished. He was like super troopers, like rocking in like this, and he just put his glasses down. He's like, hello, ma'am. Do you know what speed you were going? And I was like, no. And then he asked he was shocked, like he was taken aback that I was Australian. And then he was nuts to me. So I had to give him my license and registration. He didn't give me, I think that he didn't know how to give me a ticket or whatever. It was not worth it. So he just said, slow down. I think I was going 10 miles over the speed limit. I think I was going 55 in a 45. I don't know if that's fast. It doesn't seem fast. But I was going 10 miles, I think, over the speed limit. It was in the middle of nowhere. We're in the middle of the desert trying to get out of Texas. Or somewhere, Arkansas or something. Say anything kilometers and it will confuse and scare them. He couldn't read your license because it was upside down. She admitting to doing 10 miles over. Yeah, I'll admit to my mistakes. In those type of mistakes. Other mistakes? Cooking mistake? Never. But yeah, he was super lovely. Majority of Americans that we've met and they hear our accent, they're really lovely. You know, there's not been many people that are rude that we've found being over in the US. The cop was looking for something to do, I bet. Yeah, it was a very quiet strip before you got on an interstate. So I think he was facing the other way and he was hoping to catch people coming off the interstate. And then he just sees this big RV with these Australians just legging it. 90 kilometres an hour in a no way! 90 kilometres in a 70 zone? No way. Okay, I understand that. That's hoon. So in Australia, in my state specifically, we have hoon laws. So if you're a hoon, it means like if you get caught doing 20 kilometres over the speed limit, it's like automatic, they take your car and they impound your car because they're hoon laws. Like a hoon is someone that hoons around that is just like a loony and very unsafe. So they have automatic impound laws if you get caught doing 20 kilometres over the speed limit. My last ticket was 68 kilometres in a 50. Oh my God. 68 in a 50. What is that? 68 mile per hour to 138. That's too fast. Shock value. You need to slow down. Oh, I'm looking at 60. I put in 86, not 68. 68. 109. So that's the normal speed. 109, 110 is a speed in unsealed road, or like freeways or highways that are outside of the city limits. 110. Usually 100 on freeways and highways. 50 miles an hour is 80. Wow. You were speeding. You need a more than a slap on the wrist. If someone is a hoon is someone that hoons around. Hoon, ding, 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 is like a hoodlum. Let me Google hoon. Define hoon. It asked me if I wanted hub. Okay, hoon. A lout or a hooligan, especially a young man who drives irresponsibly. The whole family was wiped out because some drunken hoon had to drive his car. Damn, that's a bit fucking... It's informal Australian. Behave in a loutish way, especially by driving irresponsibly. She noticed people hooning around. Yeah. So 9 times out of 10, they're young males because they've got that testosterone and they've got V8s. You know, not to generalise or anything. Hello, who is hoon defined by age? So hoon is defined by age? Yeah, it's usually like, it doesn't have to be, but you know, if you're a hoon, you're usually like a young male. It's a generalisation, but a hoon is just someone that's driving irresponsibly and fast. Doing donuts, modded cars. Yeah, that's a hoon. So if you get caught hooning, if you get caught hooning, you get your car taken off you at that time. So if I was driving and got caught doing over the speed limit, like 10, 15 kilometers, you get a ticket and then you've got to go to court, get like whatever. If you get caught doing 20 kilometers or more over the speed limit, from my understanding, your car gets impounded there and like you have to find your own way home. Your car gets taken away from you until you go to court and like plead your case. Sorry, ma'am, I was trying to get to the hospital because my grandma was in the hospital. You got to like plead your case while you're going so fast. I'll have to ask Lucy if she ever goes hooning around. Yeah. What do you mean? You don't believe me? You don't have to ask other people. Trust me at my word. My brother's 78. He's been a motor mechanic and race car driver his whole life. 5 years ago, the cops here took his car for hooning. He did a wheelie around the corner in the rain. He's a larrikin. He's definitely a hoon. Yep, he was so mad. Shouldn't be doing wheelies in the rain. Hold on, he was doing a wheelie in a car? A wheelie is when you get on your back tyres. I thought that was just kept for bicycles, when you do a wheelie on a bicycle. Can you do that on a... Or doing a donut. Like a donut. Oh my God, that's where the rally car part company Hoonigan got its name? No idea. A hooligan, there's a hooligan is an Australian term. Hey, thank you someone for the resub, or first sub. Wheelie squealing his wheels around. Oh, doing a burnout. Yeah, if you squeal your wheels, I'm not all up in the lingo, but usually if you squeal on your wheels, you're doing like a doughy. Oh, God, I sound really Australian. Doing a doughy or, yeah. No, not if it's a thing, just the fact to ask her because it's an Aussie thing. Okay, I get you. So, yeah, a hooligan is a larrikin. And a hoon is someone, a hoonie doing a doughy, yeah, on his way to the bottle-o to get a ciggy. Yep. Hoonigan is a robust enough mashup of the Australian slang hoon and hooligan that it could be trademarked, so make that hoonigan. Okay. This could be an Aussie rap. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, enough learning Australian slang that I don't use. I'm above that. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. It's so good. Exclamation mark, website, chicken chorizo risotto, delicious. Exclamation mark, Skillshare. It really goes away to supporting the stream. When we do sponsor streams like this, the tracked links show that the community, show that the company that you guys are engaged, and you can sign up and continue your membership if you like, or you can cancel it today, you can cancel it tomorrow, you can cancel it before the end of the month, and you don't get charged. And those signups still count to helping support our stream. They help, like sponsor streams are how I primarily continue to be a streamer. When we work with different video game companies, when we do to work with Skillshare, we do stuff with Elgato, that's how I earn my income, and that's how I can continue to be here. If you would like to also consider tipping for me, my perfect, amazing service that I've given you today, or every day. Tipping, subbing, gifting subs, cheering. The best way is also merch. We're going to be starting a merch sale, so more information will be that in Discord, okay? But exclamation mark Skillshare for today, please consider checking out the link. Just clicking on it as well. Create multiple accounts, okay? Get one for your auntie, your sister, your cousin. Always enjoy being here, but I'm so glad I stopped doing the photography part. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Ladies, lads, legends, thank you for being here with me. Let's go. Is he sleeping? Let's raid Emmy Lou, because she's a lovely human. Emmy Lou is playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I think that's the game. Yeah. She's a lovely human. I want to see you copy and pasting. I'm asking so much of you today. Sign up to Skillshare, check out our website, copy and paste the raid call message. That's 3 things that I want you to do today. Okay? Sign up to Skillshare, check out my website, copy and paste the raid call message into Emmy Lou's stream. Thank you for those who have supported me and Exceed today. BCK Crunch resub for 17 months. Aral resub for 2 months. Imperial Ash for 11 months. Liz gifted to Hazy. J-Fro for 59 months. Tamara for 10 months. Thank you so much. Cad also was $1. I think Cad also hyper chatted or whatever. And also Roselli. Yes. I can see all your beautiful faces now. Thank you again, because I'm really appreciative of all of you. You guys help. Thank you to the mod team for being you and helping me do what I do. Take care, brush your hair, be good to yourself and those around you this weekend. Take a lot of photos of your food, and I need photos of flowers for the photos challenge, okay? Love you. Have a good weekend. Bye.